Hello, hello. Hey, Kevin. Today is Wednesday. We're working on the golem again. Adam is still working on finishing all of the golem adventurer's abilities in Skeleseller. It may take all day, but if there's more time, he'll probably start working on the next adventure. Well, the last, next, and final adventure. I don't know for sure that I want to do that to work on the next one yet because that's all we've been doing and because I suspect that it's going to take at least the morning to do this and then I might feel a little burned out on adventures for a bit. But we'll see. So yeah, where we left off, I think we did 4 of the abilities. I don't recall. What's going on right now? Oh, I was in the wrong document when I typed this. Oh, well, let's put that there then. It's just never supposed to be here. Kevin, it's worth a shot. How is the first gone already? Do you mean like how? Wait, yeah. I feel like maybe you meant how did the first one go, as opposed to how is it already done? Um, it went well. So each character had something that made it kind of difficult to code, and this one was the revive factor. And then the golem has a special like gravel ability that forms rock charges. And then the last one has like invulnerable summons. I guess they're not really invulnerable, they're untargetable summons. It might not actually be too bad to do the spirit caller. I'm not sure. So yeah, we got done with 4 abilities. We're gonna work on this one next. Nature's protection. Gravel heals you when you take damage. Okay, that's to be based on how many charges you have left. I don't know if we need to do that. Oh, this is a little bit strange because I guess the way that gravel works to begin with is that it's giving you damage mitigation. So healing you is kind of like giving you more damage mitigation. Yeah. It's not entirely. If you get hit by a weak hit, then healing you is actually better. Whereas if you get hit by a strong hit, then damage mitigation is better. Or if you're at full life already, then the damage mitigation is better. So there are pros and cons, but it's not the kind of thing that you really control those situations too much. I don't know. Let's just code it anyway. What does it matter? Okay, so level 1 will just be heal X life. And level 2 will be heal, 1.5x life, something like that. I said it could be based on how many charges you have left, but the charges themselves are already doing this, so I don't think that's necessary. All right, let's go code this. Nature's protect. Oh, we don't even have a thing. Wait, what? Oh, I'm on the wrong branch. Like, that's not possible. Git checkout add golem. Okay, so now we should have nature's protection. Yeah. So this is a passive ability. I think just the existence of this is fine because when gravel does anything is when we'll check to see if we have nature's protection. Yeah, sounds reasonable. All right, so what should we write for this? Nature's protection. Hey, Phil. Okay, so when how does gravel? What's this worded? Every interval you gain a chunk of gravel up to a maximum of max charges. When hit, a chunk is absorbed. Okay, so when a chunk of gravel name is 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 consumed, you will heal. How do we phrase this? Oh, we say life? What? I don't I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think we ever did that anywhere else. I thought we used the word health everywhere. We said lowest health for this much life. All right, well, this is annoying. Because now we need to figure out what in the world I meant to do. Where's the readme on this? Use the word health instead of life to refer to HP. If. Okay, so heals the adventurer in your party with the lowest health for this much health. Fine. So when a chunk of gravel is consumed, you will heal amount health. Okay, that's probably pretty good. All right, so gravel name equals all ability. Wait, ability data dot get. Where is this? I have no idea what I'm doing. All right, let's put this here. Gravel name. It's all abilities, not all ability data. So this needs to be what? Format skill name, gravel name, and then heal amount. We need to actually put in the heal amounts. Public static read only list float heal amounts. Actually, this isn't heal amounts. This is like heal. This is power scaling, I guess. Power scaling. That's presumably how heal was made to work as well. Is regenerate %. Oh, you know what? It could be based on the amount of damage absorbed. I didn't even think about that. Could have this be based on amount of damage absorbed. Honestly, that's probably worse, since it's almost like adding a higher mitigation %. All right, so 0, I don't know. How much damage does Boulder do? No. Boulder's not what I want. Rock Throw. Rock Throw does like 10 damage. Its power scaling is 1.2. Would healing you for 10 life every time you absorb a hit be good? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, let's write something like that. 1.1F, 2.2F. We just need a pretzel here. Complete the trio, the mischievous trio. And then the way that I did this is already wrong. Hooray. So we got to pull it from whatever Boulder did. Yeah, this. Okay, get description, gravel name, format skill name, heal amount, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be... Ugh, it's not going to be the way that it is right now. We need to do the same thing over here. Whoops. What's going on? What is going on? All right, base power. Then we get the heal values per level. Then we go through this, and I guess we have a get base damage. We're gonna get like get base healing. Does heal have that? Get base healing, yeah. Wow, look at that. Power scaling times power. Sounds good. So we call this healing. We get the power scaling amounts. That's all good. That changes. Probably the same thing we need to say here. Display name heal. No, that doesn't work. I guess because this doesn't level up. Private const string healing header. Let's just write health. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so there's that. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. That's good. When a chunk is consumed, you will heal some health. And then the column tells you how much you'll heal. So we don't need this anymore. And that's it. Let's code the rest of this so we just get it all done at once. Should be pretty simple. So this is on damage taken, remove a chunk. And then if, I guess like int nature's protection level. equals abilities component, get level of ability. All right, so if it's actually, it doesn't really matter. I guess yeah, it's greater than 0. Then get the heal amount. This is not get base power anymore. This is just get power. In fact, I wonder if I messed this up somewhere else. What does Boulder do? Get. What does it do? It's get power. It's correct. There's something a little, man, I don't care about this, but there's a concept of snapshotting in games where, let's say you have a buff that it's like plus 20% damage for 10 seconds. So how does this work exactly? I guess you might like, let's say this is on a weapon. You might equip that weapon and then use an ability and then equip a different weapon so that you get the abilities, you get the plus 20% damage for that ability that you use. Anyway, something like this is kind of happening. You might have a power buff on the golem, and then you use an ability, but then there's animation time. Then the buff goes away, and then the ability does damage, and it might not capture what was in the buff. I don't really care. I think this is fine. But if this were a manually controlled game, you probably would care. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. All right, so did we do this correctly? The level, heal the entity. So get the heal amount, call heal damage. How does this work? Source, target, damage info. Source, target, damage info. New damage info. Heal amount, damage type dot heal. I don't know how you do this. It's presumably in use somewhere over here. Yeah. Heal amount. Single target, direct heal, physical. Okay, sure. Sounds good. Get level of ability for entity. Okay. There we have it. That should just work. Everything should work here. And that's one ability, and it's been like 10 minutes, so maybe we can knock out the other 7 abilities, or no, 5 abilities in 50 minutes and just be done with this. There's no chance of that happening, especially not when there's a build error, or a runtime error, I mean. I also don't care if it doesn't happen. All I want to do is get done with the adventures by the end of this week. We have today, tomorrow, and Friday, so we have 3 days to do this stuff. Oh, this is a problem with me needing to reload the whole game, I think. Darkstorm added some new instances and, well, added some new maps. We don't have the new locations on the map yet. And I got to spend some time at some point thinking about how we're going to do this. Plants room has been removed. Did I merge that? I did. Can't open plants room. Plants room. Oh, I never merged in main. Oh, that's why that's happening. Probably. Okay. Anyway, T-Code, Hey Slow Dev, and Hey Broken Crown, thanks for the resub. Work has been kicking my butt lately, but I had a little bit of time this morning to check in on my favorite streamer who learns. If only there wasn't the who learns at the end, I'd just be their favorite streamer. But it's just the one who learns. I'm like actually number 17 on the list. I realize you're not using LLMs to help you code. I'm using Copilot, but I'm only using it as autocomplete. So as an example, you might have seen it here. If I type something like int, I don't know, gravel level, and then I press equals, it's typing out a line for me. So I use it for this boilerplate stuff where probably it's just going to do the right thing from the beginning. And very rarely do I have is there a mistake there because it's just typing so little for me. But I don't tend to do this where I open up a chat thing and say something like, fix this bug by looking at some other file, blah, blah, blah. I don't tend to do that because I typically know what it is I'm trying to code. Okay, so what we need to look at now is, wait. Oh God, skip tutorial, no, for hire. I don't have the golem here anymore because I deleted something. It comes from this. Yeah. All right, so that should just be golem. I don't do that because I'm incompetent or I'm competent. Got it. Hey, Becca. Wendy, thank you for the raid. I want to apologize. I popped in. I don't want it to sound like I'm just, I'm there to say a few jokes and then leave, and I'm only there for like 3 minutes. I had your stream open the whole time, but I have very little time in the morning to get ready. So I was showering and then ads hit at the same time. And I'm like, hopefully he's just not saying anything to me, but I wanted to help with the C# stuff you were hitting. One tiny little pedantic thing is casting is just changing one type to another. It's not necessarily float to int. It could be int to double. It could be whatever, person to animal or something like that. So it's just it's a generic term. I just want to make that clear. Not that that really matters. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Hope you had a good stream with Wendy. I like the artwork you're working on for your new game. And also when you showed the Star Gunners trailer, I got a little bit sad because I thought, man, he really put in a lot of time on that game, and it would have been nice to see. Person animal is very common these days. Yeah, so in this stream, we're working on Skeleseller. We've been doing this for the last 14 months or so. It's getting to be decent. I'll let the trailer play here. I'm not going to have audio, and you won't be able to see the text because of my cameras covering it. But it's an idle-lite game. It's playable now. There's a demo. We're going to be working on adding new adventures this week. We've added one of the 3 so far, and we're about halfway through the second one. So then we'll have one more to do. And the artwork for those is all done by Quickie Joe. That is here. So we added the mushroom character. They are now in the game. We're adding the golem character right now. And then we're going to add in the spirit caller. And they all have different ways of acting in battle. The mushroom's a glass glass cannon. The golem is a tank. The spirit caller is a summoner with a bunch of different like little things that can happen. Hey Rambo, hey Clem. Sad, but that's life. Onward to glory. Onward to glory indeed. No mushy in the trailer. Yeah. Yeah, I need to come up with so up until now we've done 2 trailers. There was like demo 1 and then demo 2. We need to make the final trailer at some point, and this is going to take a lot longer because I've got to storyboard it and figure out like how do we show these things off, because we can show a battle with the mushroom character, but it's not highlighting that like, oh look, there's a weird looking character in the game, or you get a golem or something too. So yeah, I got to think about that. Anyway, it's going pretty well. I've been more motivated after Next Fest. And it is kind of sad here, like just the chart of wish lists over time. So this is time and this is the number of wish lists. It was, it was spiking a little bit, and then like Next Fest happened and it shot up, and now it's like right back down to normal. It'd be nice if there was, an alternate line here. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. All right, yeah, it'd be nice if there was an alternate line and it was higher than it started at. But that's not how Next Fest works. They're not funneling eyes into the game anymore. Well, we'll get there. I've been reaching out to YouTubers every day now. And so far, none of them have responded. So I'll keep tweaking my emails until finally I find some combination of words. The magic YouTube words. Yeah, it was nice to get a spike through that. I think it worked out to about like 400 more wish lists. The thing is, you can only do Next Fest once. So that's it. It's not like we can do it again and we'll get 800 the next time or something. Yeah. Okay, so what we just did here, which I believe should already be working. We don't have icons for this stuff yet, but where is it? Nature's protection. Here it is. When a chunk of gravel is consumed, you will heal some health. This did not totally work because I forgot to set the max level on this. Power scaling.count. All right, there we go. So that'll fix that, but let's test this out and just make sure it works. So if we put a point into this, then whenever we get hit and we have gravel, we will heal. So there's one gravel thing, and yes, there's the healing, although I couldn't read what that number is. 9. Is 9 what it's supposed to be? Yes. Okay, well then it's working. Yeah, this wasn't too bad. This took, what, 15 minutes or something? And I don't mind, as I mentioned, if this takes all day to work on the golem. Ideally, it doesn't. So now we can make this do 18. So now when you get hit, when you have gravel, it should heal for 18. Yeah, perfect. It is a little strange that the numbers just stack on top of each other, but I think that's okay. So yeah, my life bar isn't even changing here. And this kind of sums up the golem class. They're meant to be a mitigation tank with healing. And they certainly are. You wouldn't have this skill at level 1. You would have had to be level 2 to get it 1 point into it, and level 4 to get another point into it. So I guess a better way of showing this would be to raise this character to level 4 so that I could get 2 points in this legitimately, and then maybe raise another couple characters to level 4 and get some points in this stuff. And let's do one more. Okay, and then let's throw them all into a battle over here, and let's see how they do. They're probably going to die. So now it's not going to heal for 18. It's going to heal for more. Hard to read those numbers. All right, so now the golem is just going to gain charges. It can be randomly hit, but it doesn't have taunt unless it's got the most life out of any party member. So it's got a couple of charges now. So now when it's getting hit, it's healing. This is a super cool class. I like this idea. Yeah, neat. And maybe this should only check the life of adventurers. Wow, so this party managed to beat this. All because the golem is overpowered. Neat. Hey, Goose. I have to run. Have an awesome stream. Catch you soon. All right, take care, Wendy. Thank you for the raid. Hope you have a good one. And everybody else, remember, make sure to follow Wendy. If you're not already, he streams before me because he's in a time zone that's way into the future. So Wendy has seen the atrocities of man pre-apocalypse. But at least we, where I live, have no clue what's going to happen in the future. Yeah, so the golem is kind of the bane of the paladin, huh? Because the paladin is also a tank with healing, but their healing isn't self-healing necessarily. So I guess we're going to have to balance the golem against the paladin. Yeah, to the point where the paladin doesn't really make sense. I didn't think about this. Why'd you have to send that message, Matt? I think what we need to do is make the paladin heal everyone in the party with Holy Light, probably. Balance the characters. Need to consider paladin versus golem choice. The paladin should maybe heal everybody in the party. Or maybe like X self-healing. And then Y healing as needed amongst other adventurers. I think it'd be weird to go around following Wendy. No. He welcomes it. You see him at the grocery store, you pop out from like a display of broccoli or something. He's like, oh, hello there. And you just go on with your day. Pop out of his dust bin or whatever they call it over there. Hey, Codex. I'm throwing a boss that ignores taunt to ruin the player's day. Well, ignores taunt is probably not a thing that we're going to do, but we will have some like mechanic breaking abilities. So imagine something that just says like ignore defense, kill target. So the boss uses this every 5 seconds. So now you'd be like, okay, well, I'll put the witch doctor in. I'll put mushy in because they can revive themselves. And then they also do damage on top of this. It'd be pretty interesting. So yeah, they're supposed to be like little puzzles. Paladin already doesn't feel super useful. Yeah, the way that the game worked is that we only really balanced the first 4 characters. Then you end up getting the paladin, warrior, and cleric. And they're all kind of bad, to be honest. The warrior we buffed maybe a bit too much. But yeah, they're all kind of bad. You need to do something about that. Yeah, like I said, we buffed the warrior quite a lot. So now they can do some damage. They have a broken ability in the form of disorient. Update wording on heal to match readme. Life, health. All right, this is adding all the UID files. Let's just check in those. And then we can check this in. So let's take a look at this. How's this looking? Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, cool. I'll just read the tooltip one more time, although I don't think there's anything wrong with it. When a chunk of gravel is consumed, you will heal some health. Yeah, we probably need this to not be every 2 seconds. Also, this is incredibly similar to the Paladin. I'm glad Matt pointed it out. I had never thought about this. The Paladin is also doing something when they get hit. And then they have a bunch of abilities that make them seem like they're valuable, but they're not. Falls off later. Yeah. Maybe we just need to buff the Paladin. Buff the Paladin some more. The way that they tank is different. So the golem is taunt enemies when at the most life of your party, and the paladin is share damage with allies regardless of life. So this mechanic difference I think is cool, but that's roughly where they stop being different. Then they're kind of just the same. So maybe we need to lean into that some more. Maybe lean into the main difference. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that later. We're just going to make these abilities now. So implement nature's protection ability. Close out all these other tabs that we have. All right, so that ability is now done. Let's move on to the next one, which is sturdiness. Your gravel absorbs more damage. Okay. Sturdiness. Your gravel name absorbs more damage. Easy. Now we need to go and figure out how much damage. This is the max level. So this is going to be, oh, come on. Is this another dog playing with Gus? It is. We used to live very close to a park, and they had like a dog park section of it. And it was like a paradise for the dogs. They'd just be running around, playing with each other. Every once in a while, you'd hear like angry barking. But in general, paradise for the dogs. There's going to be damage or like mitigation bonus. So gravel normally mitigates 20% of the damage. Mitigating an extra 5% per level could be enough. Yeah, I don't think it's really worth trying to figure out this exactly. Yeah, let's just do 5% per level. All right, now for the description, let's copy this. And then we need the mitigation header. That's got to look like whatever the paladin has. It'd be nice if I just had the game running. Yeah. All right, this is mitigation bonus. This is P0. This is just going to say hi, because I don't know what this word should be. Why is this not? Okay. It doesn't auto format it in front of the comment. I guess it's a very rare case. Yeah, so we just got to look at the paladin to figure out what should this word be. I could look through the code, but I don't know what the paladin's ability names are, and it's just easier to do it this way. Let's take a look. Damage reduction is what we call it. Yeah, damage reduction there too. Damage reduction max. Yeah, so damage reduction. And wait, let me look at that one more time. Does it? Yeah, okay, it just makes the column really long. All right, so this is going to be get damage reduction header. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Damage reduction. Cool. Okay, let's go try that. Just give those things random names so nobody else can read the code. Do you code, Goose? All right, sturdiness. Your gravel absorbs more damage. Maybe this should say damage reduction bonus. Is that what we do for the paladin in one of these or no? Damage reduction max? We don't need to here. Does the warrior ever do this? Damage reduction. Power reduction. Power bonus. No one ever does this, but let me read this again. Your gravel absorbs more damage. I think it should say bonus. I think it should say bonus. I think it should also modify the gravel tooltip. Sturdiness should modify the gravel tooltip. Oh, how fun. Okay, so yeah, let's say damage reduction bonus here. I think that's clearer. And then let's modify gravel itself to take into account the amount that you have for this. So this says damage mitigation. We need to figure out what this is in total. Damage mitigation total equals damage mitigation. This is now damage total. And then we add in int level, or what is this called? Sturdiness level. Sturdiness level equals abilities component. Why is it not filling this in? Because I typed it wrong. Get level of sturdiness. Cool. So now damage mitigation total is going to be this plus, we can just multiply directly. Oh wait, we don't even need to multiply. What am I doing? We can just do that. Okay, that should work. Hey, Dustin. My school is famous for coding in Canada. Even art students can code here. But are you in coding as a profession? I feel like I'm getting some insight into the minds of viewers. Goose is one of the Redbeard refugees. I was in Redbeard stream enough that some Redbeard viewers came over here. Goose is one of them. All right, this looks good. And then this modifies this. Yeah, when hit, a chunk is absorbed and damage is reduced by 25%. Now it says 30%. And now it says 20%. Nice. More like a data scientist. Gotcha. Yeah, I think knowing how to code as a data scientist is pretty helpful. But then again, I guess the kind of stuff you're doing is probably more like what Python, R, NumPy, those sorts of things. Throw out my data science buzzwords. All right, so this is now done. And we never made this functional. So I need to make this functional now. So this comes from gravel buff, which is, we get the mitigation from somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Sturdiness level, get the affected entity. Then get the gravel damage mitigation. And then return that. PySpark. More like dog park. Yeah, okay. I think this is probably good. Sometimes my brain is stupidly on autopilot. And I should apply the manual override at times. By the way, Goose, it is roughly time that I tell you about one of the chat rules. One of the only chat rules. Try not to take up too much of chat with your messages. Okay, so how do we test this? I guess we just go into a fight against a bat and see how much damage they're doing. So they are doing 8. So now we're going to put 2 points into this. And now they should do 7, I guess. Yeah, nice. It's working. Love the new talent icons. They look great, don't they? Okay, cool. Another ability coded. Yeah, we're hitting roughly 15 minutes per ability here. So if this carries on, we should be done before lunchtime. Speaking of which, I was just thinking about something. I've visited other countries before where I wouldn't really say I can communicate with people even if I've tried learning the languages. So like Spain or France. And we'll be on vacation and I like won't want to go out because there's a language barrier and it feels a little bit isolating. But then I realized yesterday, I'm here in the US and I speak English, and I still didn't want to go out because I just didn't want to interact with people. So I had some like frozen food instead. I wanted to go somewhere. I think this is what's called social anxiety, but I don't actually really feel social anxiety in social settings. I don't know what it is. It caused me to reevaluate the whole being in a different country thing. That's me since COVID. Your name is very fitting right now. I mean, I was like that before too, but now it's extreme. Nailed it. General population anywhere is just a train. Welcome to the hermit life. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, if my wife had gone on a walk with me, I would have been totally fine. I guess that means I need a handler. I need a chaperone to go to the grocery store. Okay, this is all looking good. Implement sturdiness ability. Oh, my life. All right, resilience. Your gravel has an X% chance to not be consumed when hit. Make this ability, maybe this ability has 3 levels. I think this would be interesting. I mean, the whole like, okay, let me back up a step. I've mentioned this about coding. Let's say you're new to coding and you start a project, a long project. You will probably, over the course of that project, get better at coding as you're doing it, such that you go back to the beginning of the project and like rework that code, such that you're sort of stuck in this cycle. I think the same thing happened here with class design. We started, and I don't remember the first class we made, maybe the rogue, maybe the mage, maybe the warrior. It was one of these 3. And we had some like vague idea of what we should do. And I think the general philosophy was like have a couple of routes or builds, maybe. Yeah, builds for the class. The new philosophy is basically like hyper synergy. Whoops. Okay, let's just stop that. Have one general direction with the class, and then let the player express how best to perform that role. So the golem is in the new wave of class design philosophy, where every ability is just hyper synergistic, except for maybe boulder. Which makes me think we should probably go back to the old class design and revamp them a bit. I guess it wouldn't take too terribly long, but then we need to balance it too. Just codependent. Yeah, just codependent. Hey, Tropical Banana Man. Balancing stat-heavy games seems like a major pain. Of course, finding good balance is tricky in general. Yeah, thankfully, we are not a multiplayer game, so all we need to do is balance for fun. We don't need to balance for, like it's fun when you're more powerful than your enemy, right? But in a multiplayer game, if one player is more powerful than another player just because of their choices, then you have an issue. So, like, let's say the paladin just sucks in this game. Like, oh well, whatever. Then the paladin sucks. It's not like you picked this character and you were locked in for 40 hours and you found out after 39 of those hours that they were bad. It's like, yeah, well, a decision you made that probably cost you 2 minutes of time is sort of wasted. And we could always buff them in a later patch or something. All right, let's go code this one. Resilience is an X% chance to not consume gravel when hit. Should probably make gravel take longer to build up. Copilot tends to get in the way. It tends to get in the way for plain text. So what happens, there's a lot of stuff at play right now. So let's say I start typing stuff out. I don't even know what I had done here, but like, okay, class design, and I type a colon, and I was like rogue, mage. Right now, what's happening is this is all, okay, you might have just seen it right there. This is all plain text, and then it detected that this is probably a different language and started syntax highlighting these. What happened is it detected that this is markdown now. Now that it thinks it's markdown, now it's going to try auto-completing stuff. So if I say something like, the rogue's abilities are... Okay, it's not doing it. I might have turned it off for markdown. But if it detects it as like YAML or something, and then I press, yeah. So now it's going to try filling stuff in. So I have to like reset it to plain text to get it to not do that. All right, so resilience is very similar to sturdiness here, right? It says your gravel has a chance to not be consumed when hit. Your gravel name has a chance not to be consumed when taking damage. Do we say chunks of gravel here? What do we say for the nature's protection? When a chunk of gravel is consumed. Yeah, so your chunks of gravel have a chance to not be consumed when taking damage. Yeah, I like that. Is there a plan to expand the number of active battles, incentivize the player to spread the adventures out more? No, there is not. I want there to just still be 3 battles max. I think working within the confines of that is fine. I don't think it'd be fun to have to manage, let's say, like 7 different battles going on, or allow you to have that many windows open. They'd like cover your screen. It would hurt performance. There are a lot of like side effects that I just don't think would be a good idea. It's been a common thing for players to ask for an unlimited amount of battles, but I'm not even sure it's a good thing to add. When you have more adventurers, it could be potentially helpful. But also, I need to figure out, we're probably going to end up reusing some locations in the game so the map doesn't get gigantic. And I haven't put any thought into that yet either. And maybe we do that today. Maybe in the afternoon or something. Hey, Free Technic. Yeah, we're back to having a camera on. I don't think the no cam stream really helped in any particular way. All right, anything else we need here? No, I don't think so. All right, so let's copy all of this over to here. So what does it do? X% chance. So this needs to say chance. Get chance header. And it should know that I want that. Yep, good. And then we put in the list. Chance to not consume gravel. All right, what should the chance be? So if it's a, let's just start with some numbers and then reason about these. So if it's a 10% chance and you get gravel every 2 seconds and a battle lasts for 20 seconds, then that means it's probably going to happen 2 times per battle, which is pretty minimal. And then this would be 4 times per battle, which again, pretty minimal. So maybe something like 15 and 30. Oh, this is probably crazy. Maybe we should lower this somehow. Like 12.5 and 25. No, let's just start with that. Whatever. Let's figure it out. Who died ironing by 1 day? Well, I wouldn't have streamed on Tuesday anyway. But yeah, I'm thinking I should probably try streaming maybe tomorrow with a face cam and get some coding work done. Maybe need one more cam. Use up more energy. Chance count. All right, so this is the chance to not consume gravel, chance header, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, this should be good. Now we go into the gravel buff and we load this in here. So where do we remove the chunk of gravel? Here, remove chunk of gravel. Okay, so we'll do this here. Remove chunk of gravel. We don't even need anything else here. And we just put this at the bottom. Private void remove chunk of gravel. Okay, now this makes a little more sense. If I could get the summary thing to type out. Removes the last chunk of gravel from the list and freeze it. We picked the last one. I was hoping so that it would just copy that. We can rely on the... Just type out the thing that's below. Fine, AI. Make me do this. Okay. Removes the last chunk of gravel from the list and frees it. We pick the last one so that we can rely on using the number of gravel chunks while creating them to set parameters like the animation speed. Cool. All right, now we can delete that comment. All right, but now this is only going to happen in a certain case. So bool should remove chunk is going to be true. But then we're going to get your, what's it called? Resilience level? Resilience. And if resilience level, actually, we don't even need to write an if statement here. I guess just should remove chunk. Actually, we don't even need to do that, which is here. So resilience level equals 0, or we don't roll. This thing needs to be reloaded again. It's like the second time this morning. Stat computations, percent chance. Okay, I think this is correct. And now we just do this here. Okay, so we get your resilience level. This should all be put into a... This should all just be put into a function, I think. Yeah, this is kind of stupid. Let's just delete this. Put this down here. So this is if should remove chunk, then remove it. All right, so get your resilience level. If that's 0, then we definitely are going to remove it. And if you don't roll the chance, then we're going to remove it. Yeah, I think that's that. Let's try it out. This is going quite swimmingly. I guess because we have pretty straightforward abilities here. List could not be found. I think it's quick fix that causes some other thing to break here. Because it seems like it takes a lot longer than it should. And then things just start going south. Okay, so first we read the tooltip and make sure that makes sense. Your chunks of gravel have a chance to not be consumed when taking damage. Excuse me. A foot pedal cam. Please no. This is not that kind of stream. Okay, this is really hard to test though. That's a problem. Okay, let's try something here. What if we turn on invincibility and then go into a battle in the final area? Does it consume gravel? It should. Oh, maybe it won't because it's taking 0 damage anyway. Yeah, it doesn't. So they have to take damage for that to work. Hey, Thomas. Nice art. Thank you. It's my own. Other artists both fear and respect me for this. All right, well then how do we test this? I guess we could set these numbers to very high numbers, like 50 and 100%. Or maybe like 90%, 75. Yeah, sure, that. Let's do that. They do have foot pedal cams? How do you know this? How do you know? I've never played an organ before, but I think it'd be really cool. What am I doing? Okay, so we're going to set this to 75%, and then we're going to throw this character into the volcano. They're just a big rock. They should be fine. So now they shouldn't always remove the charges of this. Yeah, it looks like this is working, although it is incredibly hard to tell. 15 damage? Is that how much they would be taking normally? Let's try. They should be taking more than 15. Yeah, 19 normally. And now it is consuming the charge correctly. Okay, so now let's try this. We'll put 1 point into it and then speed this up. Okay, now we try it out. So now half the time they should not remove a charge. I guess it's really hard to see because of how quickly this is happening. Let's try one more time and see if it's maybe apparent. I saw 115, 2 15s there, 3 15s. Yeah, okay, cool. I think this is working. Why does taking 0 damage not consume one? Does that count if the damage mitigation was the cause for the damage dropping to 0? So the way I looked at it was, if you were already going to take 0 damage, then we shouldn't have a consume a charge. That's incredibly bad. Okay, we need to fix this too. I gotta figure that out. Yeah, let me find that code really fast. Yeah, here, on damage taken. If you already... Oh, wait, yeah, that does take into account your mitigation, but I guess technically the mitigation is a percentage. So it can never mitigate it to 0 unless you had 100% mitigation, which should never happen, hopefully. Yeah. Also, this should be probably named to potentially remove chunk of gravel. Yeah, it's only if your mitigation total could be 100%. So that it was the cause of gravel removing it. Maybe we should just remove that line. If you take 0 damage, you still just lose out on the chunk. Yeah, I think let's just do that. Okay. It's solid plasma. It's going well. We've been working through the new adventures. So we had 7 adventures, we have 7 adventures in the demo. And there are 3 new adventures we wanted to add. There was a mushroom, a golem, and the spirit caller. And we're now fully done with that. And we're like 50% done with this and 0% done with this one. So it's going pretty smoothly. I think we'll get done with the golem today. And then my only goal is that we get done with the spirit caller by the end of Friday. So we would still have like 2.5 work days to work on them. And I don't think they'll take that long. Got minimap working in my game yesterday. Nice. Yeah, there are a couple different ways you could do a mini map, I guess. One is like a proxy for the map that renders in a different way, and another is like just a totally different camera or rendering system. Only golem. Gonna turn into Raimi the other day, making a bunch of jokes or puns on golem as well. I think his best one was saying that it is a terrible joke. I like that one. Okay, so what is this and why is this problematic? Gravel buff removed from entity, and it's saying cannot access as opposed to object. All right, so line 79, which is hopefully still true. Go through each chunk and queue free it, but the chunks are already invalid. But the entity is valid? That's strange. Let's put a breakpoint here. Godot object dot is instance valid. Gravel chunk. Whoops. Then print hello. It doesn't really matter what's here because I just want a breakpoint here. There. What's the problem here? Cannot convert from. Oh, whoops! It's typed out ID. I didn't realize. Okay, let's try that. Had a grid of rooms, so we drew segments based on each room. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Minimaps are not like a super modern game design thing, but if you ever play a game that should have a minimap that doesn't, it's very frustrating. In fact, I remember in Command and Conquer, what was it, Tiberian Sun, there was the radar dish. You didn't have a minimap until you got the radar, which was a very strange way of doing things. And I guess I don't know what the competitive scene is really like, but I think I remember reading somewhere that some more pro players don't even get the mini map because like why bother? But yeah, that at the upper right just wouldn't even be there till you had radar. Okay, so core mechanics shouldn't be unlockable. I think if they're going to be unlockable, then it's just as part of a tutorial or something. So I could imagine starting out the game and in the first like 10 minutes you don't have a mini map, and then for the rest of the entire game, the entire time you play, you have a mini map. That sort of thing I can understand. But yeah, otherwise it's a little strange. Hey, Campbell Soup, huge fan of the CNC games. And I liked them a lot too. One thing that always kind of bugged me, so Tiberian Sun was definitely my favorite. But they had the higher tech levels, the computers just like randomly killed stuff of yours and you wouldn't know what. So there were basically like superpowers in the game, and one of them was called a hunter seeker drone. And the way it worked is it would just like target a building and kill it. There was basically no counterplay to it. But the problem in Command and Conquer is you would be looking somewhere else on the map completely and you'd hear building lost. And it was just because a hunter seeker drone just killed one of your buildings. You have to go back and be like, what did I lose? Was it important? Am I going to realize 5 minutes from now I should have had that thing? So I would have liked to have the ability to turn that off for computers, but keep that on for myself. Which red alert do you like best? I only played 1 and 2, I think. I don't, maybe I played 3. Both 1 and 2 were good. I think I might have played 3 and didn't like it. Is there a red alert 3? Yeah, there is. Yeah, I don't think I like this game. But man, Red Alert 1 is like, it's such a cool game for the time. I don't really think it held up to the test of time. And just RTSs in general have had a lot of quality of life improvements over the years. 4? I don't even know if I knew there was a Red Alert 4. No, there apparently isn't. There's a Command and Conquer 4. Yeah, I don't think there's a Red Alert 4 though. Or at least not based on this. Yeah, I don't think there's one. Oh, Command and Conquer 4, okay. Okay, using a text editor to emphasize your point instead of paint like Pirate Software does. I haven't really watched Pirate Software. I think doing things visually or in text, I think it's either one, whatever works for you. I guess it's also as a streamer, whatever works for your audience. Thoroughly enjoyed Renegade. That was a very different game. I don't think I played that one. Yeah. Yeah, I was more into StarCraft once StarCraft came out. I think they did almost everything better. And then I think StarCraft 2 is just, I think it's an incredible game. I still watch Pro StarCraft after, what has it been, 27 years? just crazy. Crazy. Okay, so we need to make an instance with a golem. And I think they just need to have gravel on the character and then I flee. I don't know if that works, but I don't know if I timed it poorly. No, I don't think it was timing it poorly. Oh, there it goes. Removed from entity. Okay, something weird happened then. Where is this getting called from? Component. Where is this getting called from? Is this dispose? This is dispose. This is on entering the battle, though. I guess it's deleting the old battler. And then we get to here. So somehow the entity is invalid, or the entity is valid, but the gravel chunk isn't. How is that possible? Because we're in dispose of the component holder. Okay, let me take a look at poison debuff, because I guess poison debuff has the same problem, right? Check to see the poison effect. But it says if the entity was disposed. It's not the entity in this case. God, this is so confusing. That was the FPS one. Oh, I was never really into FPSs. It's kind of funny because right now the only game I'm really playing is an FPS. But yeah, the only FPS I really played a lot of was Quake 3 Arena. And it was a railgun only mode. That was a lot of fun. There were like 2 servers that hosted this mode. It was one-shot kills. You pretty much needed to learn all the spawn positions so that you just randomly target them basically. And Yeah. Still sad EA killed off Westwood. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Still calling Idra GG, then leave a match. No idea if anyone gets that as C2 reference. I remember Idra. I never liked in any game when a player was sort of intentionally dramatic or over the top. The only competitive games I watch are StarCraft, Smash. I watch Melee and Ultimate. I think that's it. Well, I guess technically StarCraft 2, but I just kind of lumped that in with StarCraft. So yeah, I guess we'd write it like this, 1 and 2. Is there anything else I watch that's competitive? No, I think that's pretty much it. And in the Smash community, for whatever reason, maybe I just don't follow enough, but I don't think there's anyone like that now. But there have been some characters like that, and I think Idra was like that in StarCraft. Okay, so what does this mean? This means the gravel chunks are disposed without the entity being disposed yet. Can we figure out what's calling free on this thing? No, we just know that dispose is being called for this in the component holder. All right, well, there's only so many things that could delete the component holder. It must just be deleting the entity. We never delete this thing. Yeah, we never delete this. Okay, let me check something really fast then. So entity.getParent. Is this still in the scene tree? No, it's not. Okay, that's even more perplexing. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how this would have happened. So what's going on here is we have an entity, and underneath it we have a component holder. And then underneath this, through some number of means, is the gravel chunks. And these are, I think, animated sprites. And what's happening is this still exists, but this has been deleted. And by the way, I know how to work around this really easily. I could fix this in 10 seconds, but I want to understand how we got in this scenario. And that I don't fully realize. This should have come from cleaning up the battle system. Battle system should have a dispose function then? Yeah, it does. And we go through each battler and we call Q free on it. And I guess as part of freeing a battler, it's just inherits from node. Maybe the effect system does something? Okay, it might be the effect system. It isn't. Maybe you're removing the effect then? Removing it from the entity? Remove all effects, remove from entity. Give effects a chance to clean up. Call remove. These don't ever get freed here. Huh, strange. No MOBAs? No, I've never really played a MOBA. So I never got into watching them either. Oh, Hearthstone is the other one, kind of, I guess. I don't really watch tournaments or anything, but I guess I watch people play it sort of competitively. Always broadcasting Code S and Code A StarCraft 2. Watched every game, but I've never even booted up StarCraft in my life. Wow. The never booting up in your life part is the interesting part for me, because I've played it and I've realized, like, I don't even want to try to get good at this game. I'm like a wood tier level player. That doesn't even exist in StarCraft. Do we remove child? Remove child alone wouldn't be enough for it to invalidate. Something must be freeing this. And I just don't know where we're doing that. Component holder is freed somewhere. We don't ever... Let's just search for component holder and just see what shows up over here. Nothing. I guess it's container in a lot of these. Yeah, so I guess we'd search for container inside of this. A throw if null, add child. No, nothing frees, just the component holder. I guess we could search for effects component or EC. That's weird. It says 1 result. Here it says 52 results. I click open an editor and it doesn't show me that. I almost certainly should not have closed that. That doesn't matter. Yeah, weird. 1 result. Why is it doing this? I can clearly see the other results here. Huh, that's not even a result. It's E parenthesis. I searched for EC parenthesis. What's going on right now? I'm not using regex. Oh, now it's fixed. Okay. Must have been a stale search results thing. All right, so this adds this to here, and then we call remove entity. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, idle-lite. Anytime you talk about parents and children in the context of coding, and then think about it in the context of real life, it's going to sound bizarre. All right, well, maybe we should just apply my 10-second fix and just move on. This is in pre-delete, so I guess this thing got queued, and then we called this remove component, component.removed from entity. Yeah, all right, well, yeah, let's do that. All right, so if this is valid, then free it. I guess this is probably saying we don't even need to free this. Why do we do this in the poison debuff? Oh, because this could get removed in the case of a battle. This will never get removed in the case of a battle. So probably this is pointless. And we don't even need this function. Yeah, this is pointless. Okay, well then that's easy. Our 10-second fix is to delete code. Hey, Vince. What's on the to-do list for today? I always try to keep the today command, and it does work on YouTube, although you could technically just look at a.bot.land and look at today on here if you ever want to. But yeah, for the schedule for today is to work on the golem character. And sorry, I know I was 8 minutes late responding to your message. Apologies for that. Okay, so I think we're done now. And have we coded resilience? Yeah, I think we've coded this. I wrote that maybe this should have 3 levels. I'm actually not sure. Kind of wonder if the golem should just have everything have 3 levels. All right, let's test that out. Oops. So they should end this battle with more than 1 gravel charge. They have 1 right now, 2, 3, I think, 5 maybe. But yeah, they should end with pretty much all of them there. Character is stupidly powerful. And if you do this too, then now they'll never decrease from full life. They'll just be there the whole fight. They don't even, I mean, the fight takes 32 seconds. That's why this is bad. Because if you put in a rogue, let's say, or the mage, instead of taking 32 seconds, it takes 11. So it takes 3 times as long, but you're guaranteed to live pretty much. This will probably let you take on locations that you shouldn't be able to take on. And we'll need to keep that in mind. Although, again, it's all based on the speed at which you can complete a battle. All right, let's check this in. So delete that. Get that back in. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. This is its own fix that should be checked in on its own. This is fix a bug with removing gravel charges. It turns out that the golem entity can still be valid even when the gravel chunks themselves aren't. This led to trying to access disposed instances. The fix in this case is to simply remove all of the code. Unlike poison debuff, the gravel buff can't be removed mid. Oh, wait a second. This persists through death, right? Yeah, drat. Okay, that technically means that when this character dies, oh, they can't be revived though, so never mind. That's not a problem. But I was gonna say if they could revive, then we would need to remove the number of rock charges they have. Simply remove all the code. Gravel buff can't be removed mid-fight. Yeah. So we shouldn't ever need to do anything here. Unless nothing were to free the children from this thing. No, the battler will get removed. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem here. Hey, 20 hours later. Hey, Jacob. It's going pretty well. How was it in the rest of Cricket's stream yesterday? I was watching while I was working out and, well, watching. I mean, I'm mostly listening while I'm working out. So I don't really get to see a whole lot. All right, and then this is adding in resilience. Yeah, this looks good. Implement resilience ability. Okay, done with that. Next up, solidity. Raise max gravel charges and start the battle with X charges. I think this is a cool ability. Now, granted, I think all of these are cool abilities, or I wouldn't have left them on the list. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. We did say this one. Become invulnerable. Okay, that might be a little tough to do. Building a TV stand for way too long, then I need sleep. A TV stand. Interesting. I want to maybe get like a TV cart. Well, I guess you don't need to build those. You probably just like screw in some things and you're done. But I haven't really looked into that too much. How do you get the green checkbox in Google Docs? It's just an emoji. So you just open your operating system's emoji picker and then type an emoji. The way I'm typing it is with apostrophe slash. That is done through a spanso. So I do this for all the emojis, right? Sung for sunglasses, TU for thumbs up, rage, flower, whatever else, TD for thumbs down, and X. Because I find it way easier to do that than to open the emoji picker, type the thing you think it's called, find out it's not actually called that thing, backspace, type in the thing it actually is called, find that, when I can just do the thing. Yeah. How'd you get the shortcut? Read this command up here. This is it's a program called a spanso. Probably a few parts, but yeah, instantly regretted buying this one. Like I know in the box there are like 15 panels, hinges. Man, yeah. You ever look at Rocket? Search emojis with colon emoji name. I don't think I have, but at this point, the emojis I use are all kind of standardized for what I tend to use. So if I go to this file that I have and I open up the emojis, I added a bunch of them. You can see the number of lines in this file is 465, which means there's like 115 emojis because it'll take 4 lines. But yeah, this is based on the words that I would give these emojis, which isn't always the case, I guess. Yeah. Do you know why those misleading mobile game ads exist? Like the one where you shoot in 2 lanes. They seem fun, but the games never exist. Those games actually now do exist, but I know the heart of the question is how could those ads have existed? And I think there's just no real oversight there. Like it's misleading advertising, but there are no real damages. I don't know how you'd sue someone in that case. I'm certainly not a lawyer. I'm not even claiming I know this sort of thing, but yeah, it's probably just like no one wanted to take on the case or it's just not worth the effort. You never write okay in a string for some localization, or do you use double quotes normally? Yeah, I use double quotes normally. Also, I'm aware that these exist. So for example, this apostrophe T is how I type technology, but this shows up inside of words like don't. So every once in a while I am fixing a word and I'm like, oh, let me type apostrophe T, then I press space and it turns into don't technology. To fix that or to work around that, I just press the arrow key afterward and now it won't do the completion anymore. So yeah, it would be the same thing with that. If I typed okay and I'm like, oh, whoops, it changed to that, then I would just type it and then there. Now I've typed out the thing that I wanted to type. So yeah, every once in a while it can result in me mistyping something. But in general, I'm aware of the functionality. It's sort of like if you're working in Vim, you have the modes in your head. So you know at any point what mode you're in because you know what keys you've been typing. It's kind of like that for Espanso. Anyway, Solidity. So raise max gravel charges and start battle max charge. So how should this work? Level 1 plus 1 max charge. I don't even think that's a good idea. Start with 2. And level 2 could be plus 2 max charges. Start with 3. Or start with 5 or 4 or something. Problem is, do you ever get to the maximum number of charges? I guess let the player figure that out. We could even have this be start with 3 and start with 6. Kind of like 2 and 4 better though. But either way, they'll be customizable. Brave of you to assume I know what mode I'm in using Vim at any point in time. I think this is probably pretty standard for Vim users. That's my guess. I don't really use Vim, but the reason I say this is because my keyboard has the same modes and I need to be aware of what mode I'm in or what layer I'm in. Layers, one-shot mods. So for example, if I press this, so now my hands are not on the keyboard. Command is actually pressed. So if I were to press A right now, it sent Command A. I need to know that I'm in that mode so that I know that when I type, let's say I'm in that mode and I type in X, then I'm not going to delete the line that I'm on. And then I instead type in X. So yeah, I think it's the same thing with Vim. If you don't keep track of those modes yourself, or you don't have an indication of it at least, then you might mess up. Okay, so raise the maximum gravel charges and start the battle with some number of charges. Raises the maximum number of gravel name, as we said, chunks of gravel that you can have, and starts the battle with how do I word this? Raises the maximum number of chunks of gravel that you can have at a time and starts the battle with additional chunks. You typically start with 0. So this implies that you start with some and now you'll start with more. And I know that any positive integer is more than 0, so technically it's still correct, but the implication is that you'd be starting with more than 0. I guess you could know, though, you could just look at your character and see that it's 0. And as I mentioned, this wording isn't technically incorrect. It's just a little misleading. Yeah, let's look at it in game and see how it feels. Okay, so now let's get the rest of this stuff. So the first number that we want is going to be the max increase. Max increase, and that's just going to be 0, 1, 2. And then the next number that we want is the num starting chunks, and that's going to be 0, 2, 4. Then this is going to be max increase.count. This is going to be something similar to what we already had, except for it's a 2-column thing, so we need to search for something like P0, this, comma, and then something else. Good. So we want that along with this. This should be gravel name, format skill. Okay, what are the header names for this stuff? Max header. Max chunks. And I guess starting chunks header. Starting chunks. Yeah, we're going to need to look at this in the game because I don't know what this is going to look like. Get max header, get starting. Then the level of this. This is done totally differently from how I did this other thing. Form skill table. What? We just pass in the entity for this? Okay, where did I pull that from? Oh, there's no entity. This is a perk. Okay, that's fine. All right, that's probably good. So let's just look at the tooltip. I haven't coded the ability. Really tempted to buy the same keyboard you're using, but I'm not sure how long it'll take me to learn to type. If you like the idea, I think it's worth looking into. I've said this before, but for English, it should be pretty quick, especially if you use the same layout. So if you're on QWERTY right now and you set this to QWERTY, it's going to be a practically identical typing experience, except for arrows, backspace, enter, those sorts of things. And these you'll eventually grow to like more than a regular keyboard, because you've probably seen me use this. But if I want to type a left arrow right now, instead of having to move my hand over to here and pressing left arrow or something like that, I just press my thumb down, and then my pointer finger is already on the left arrow. My ring finger is already on the right arrow. So I move the arrow keys to where my hands already are, and then I go back to typing something out, and then I move the arrow keys again and press backspace or do all this stuff. It's so comfortable to do that. And same thing for numbers. It's like you're typing something out and you say, I need 456 of something. Like, I don't move my hand to the number row or the numpad. I just have a numpad here. But yes, for coding, it's a totally different story. This will have a learning curve. Because all of the symbols you do are now not on dedicated keys. So I type a function foo, and now I have to enter a layer to press the parentheses, and then type out the curly braces, and then start typing my code. And you eventually get used to it. I mean, you've seen how I type, but yes, there is that learning curve. Split Royal Kludge keyboard. Let me take a look at this. Is it this? This looks a lot like the K-Frenzy keyboard. Yeah. I like the style of each one of these, though. I think it's nice. I think this is very, very similar to a regular keyboard that you just split in half. And when the two halves are together, you wouldn't even know it's a different kind of keyboard. Like, yeah, if you just looked at this picture, yeah, sure, the space bar is split, but other than that, you'd look at this and be like, yeah, that's a normal keyboard. And then you separate the halves, and people are like, whoa, what are you doing? This guy's lost his mind. They call the cops on you immediately. Things get out of hand pretty quickly. All right, raises the maximum number. Okay, let's just take a picture of this. Raises the maximum number of chunks of gravel that you can have. Let's just do that at a time, and starts the battle with additional chunks. So max chunks and starting chunks. Do we ever use pluses in here? No, I think we use the word bonus instead. Yeah, I don't see any plus signs. Man, even just getting the formatting on this to be consistent is just so difficult. Because if I can't put a plus sign here, then I need to use the word bonus, which is just going to make the column take up more space. Because I need to put it there twice. I think I even wrote this in the README. Plus number formatting. When something only increases in nice round increments, use P0. I guess I never wrote about using plus signs. Hey, Aptil or Forpatil. We don't have a French name. I think a happy hacking keyboard would suit me best, but I'm in Europe and don't know how to get one for a reasonable price. Yeah, I think each person is going to, they're going to like something and they're going to be most efficient on something. And ideally those things align, but then also you have to consider things like cost, learning curve, etc. So that even if you were to like something and be the most efficient on it, do you want to spend the 3 months it's going to take to get more efficient? For some people, that's a yes. For some people, it's like, I just don't have the interest in that. I really like this keyboard. There are some minor changes I'd make. I have LEDs on them, and I really, really like how this looks, but I broke them on the right side. So I need to resolder everything because they just don't light up at all. So I just keep this off by default, but like, maybe I should just leave this on. Have a color trail for just the left half. It just looks so cool. All right, so the thing I did not like about this, maybe we write it like this: max chunk bonus, starting chunks. Yeah, I guess we don't need the word bonus or twice. All right, now how do we do this? So gravel buff. You start the battle, and you're going to start with some number of these. Do we have a start of battle thing for an effect? Start initialize. Oh, nice. Here it is. This is called once at the very beginning of battle. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. So we put this over here. Probably just at the beginning. Yeah. All right. Then we need to get the level of solidity that you have so that we can get this. Int solidity level equals that. And now the number of starting chunks. Int num starting chunks equals solidity dot that with the level. And then we add a chunk for each of those. So how does this work? We instantiate this, add it, offset the animation speeds. So proc is just basically add gravel charge. So let's take all of this out and say add gravel charge. And then put this as a private function. Add gravel charge. Perfect. And then here what we can do is just a for loop, which it should know what to do. Perfect. Cannot implicitly convert type from float to int. Yeah, this should be an int. I really like the LEDs for one-shot mods and layer swaps. Yeah, and I have them set up for both of those too. So if I hold this, you can see these colors changed, although you can't really tell what the colors are just because of the brightness of the camera. You probably actually can't tell here either, can you? Oh, did that just break something? Uh-oh. Hold on a second. Let me plug this in again. This might be a loose connection. All right, so yeah, maybe the colors show up better here. Yeah, they do. So you can see the middle has like 4 pink keys. Those pink keys are the modifiers, and pressing them is unfortunately very difficult from this angle. But if I press this pink key down, it turns yellow. So now that modifier is on, and now that modifier is on. So now I have Control and Alt enabled. If I let go, those stay yellow. So like the LEDs are somewhat functional here. Hey, Goldskin. Now, in moving my keyboard, I just messed everything up. The cables are like creating friction here. Should they be ints? Yeah, the reason they were floats is because they need to be the same type in this function, but this is genericized. So yeah, as long as we have a list of t's and the t is the same, I think we're okay. The other case we copy pasted this from, it wasn't okay. So yeah, I think this should be fine. We can delete this. The formatting, well, yeah, we should have just fixed this. Okay, so this is an initialize. We add the gravel charges. Now we need to know what is the maximum amount you're allowed to have. The maximum is only ever used in what, one spot? No, we need to modify this too. Ugh. Fine. Let's write a function for that, I guess. Public int get max gravel charges node entity or entity. I guess this can be static at this point, right? Yeah, so we get the, oh, nice. It already wrote the whole thing out. Abilities component, get level of solidity, get the max increase plus the max charges. Why is this a float? That one's questionable. Let's change that to an int. When you were working on Botland, did you use HTML canvas to draw the game? So I used an HTML canvas. Yeah, it was Pixie.js rendering to that canvas. So I wasn't directly doing it. Okay, so this should be fine. Where else is this used? This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, all those are fine. And then in here we have this, which we are now going to use for this. If it's greater than the maximum for the affected entity. Oh, this is solidity. Okay, and then the max charge goes into this too. I wonder if I mess up any of this for the mushroom character. I should probably write this in the instructions for adding abilities. What did I call that? I don't remember what I called this. What did I call it? Adding adventurers, not adding abilities. Code each ability. Make sure tooltips of the innate abilities update as needed as you put points into unlockable abilities. E.g. the rogue's quick strike changes cooldowns right in the tooltip as you get quicker strike. Is that true? I think that's true. So this says cooldown 0.4 seconds. And then we click this and now it says cooldown 0.2 seconds. Yeah, that is true. So we want to do the same thing over here. The max charges is not a constant anymore then. So we do int max charges equals this. And then do that. All right, everything should be coded now. So let's go test it out. So here's our new tooltip for this. Raises the maximum number of chunks of gravel that you can have at a time and starts the battle with additional chunks. So max chunk bonus is 1 or 2. Starting chunks is 2 or 4. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. And then if we use this, then gravel now changes to say a max of 7, max of 6, max of 5. That's all good. And starting number of chunks should be very obvious as soon as we start a battle. That did not work. Well, why did that not work? That means that initialize is failing here. Or that I messed something else up. So we just restart the battle. It should get hit. It doesn't get hit. Oh, that's very bad. Is there a race condition for adding this? Oh, that's very bad. Where does this get called? Initialize for instance. Initialize effects at start of instance. Initialize abilities at start of instance. Is this what adds effects? I have no clue. No clue what I'm doing here. Passive ability granting buff. This calls add effect. So the effect should already be on there. So then we should get a breakpoint on this. And then go start a battle. So this gets hit. We should only have 2 battlers. So if I do battlers 0, this is either the bat or the golem. I know it's golem. Okay, good. That's what I want. So now what do? We want to check their effects. So ECS.get component, effects component. Here it is. Do they have the... They have no effects. Oh, they have 2 to be added. Oh my God. Okay, let me think about this. Wait a second. And this would have broken every single effect that used this. Because oh man, I staggered when we add effect, but that means that the initialize is never called correctly. How often do we use this function? Apparently not very often for me to not have noticed. Shield of Unity. So Shield of Unity must be broken. Probably. No, maybe not. No, what does it do? Update effect. This is pointless. It's not working, but I think this is pointless. Yeah. Yeah, this would never have had an impact coincidentally because of how the cleric works. Either the cleric isn't... So there are only 2 things you can do at the start of a battle. 2 ways to start a battle with a cleric. Solo or with party members. That's it. There's no other way. You're alone or you're not alone. So if you're solo, you should get hit. And you will, since this function is never called. But even if it were, it'd be a no-op. And with party members... Oh, wait, no, maybe that is a bug. Let me try that out. How do we do this? Cool. So we go get a cleric and another party member, and we get Shield of Unity. So this says, while you have living allies, you cannot be targeted by enemies. I think this is broken. So let's put them into a battle. And let's see if the cleric gets hit. So far, no. Yeah, they are. So this is not working. This ability is broken. Oh boy. You know why people probably never noticed? For one, at the point that they get the cleric, they're probably just not paying attention to battles to see. And two is that if another character dies, then it will get updated properly. So the archer dies first, then the cleric... Okay, well, they didn't. That's too bad. Oh, let's try that again then. The cleric keeps dying first. All right, well, anyway, the way that this would not be obvious is if you had the witch doctor. Because if a zombie dies, then the cleric will become untargetable. Let me see if that's correct. So there's the zombie. That one will die pretty soon. And there. Now the cleric is untargetable for the rest of the battle. Yeah, they're not taking any damage. That's why people probably wouldn't have noticed this. Now, once a golem dies, they will take damage. Yeah. Wow. What a sucky bug that no one ever noticed. This looks dope. Well, thank you. This is playable now if you want to check it out. Nice catch, yeah. I'm glad we had to look at this again. All right, so how do we fix this? What is in charge of adding these? Effects component has a will be added or to be added. Yeah, here it is. Effects to be added. What actually adds them? Add effects to be added. What calls that? Effect system does. What calls that? Process effects. This is presumably called from process. Yeah. Okay. We need to call this at the beginning of the battle. Yeah. We need to call this at the beginning of battle. So there needs to be some initialized. Does the ability system have that? Is there even an ability system? Is it called ability system? Yes, it is. There's an init. There is no other thing that we do here. Does this have an init? It does. Okay, so that's what I think I want to do. I think I want to go through every battler that we have. Although I don't know what init is called. When is this called? It's called here. This is not when we want to do this. Okay, so then we need another thing here. We need to say something like public void battle, or like add all effects to be added. this is weird. I'll just say like battle started. Okay, so now we iterate over all of the... God, it's so annoying. All right, that's actually exactly what I want. So somehow it knew. If it has an effects component, then call this. Yeah, that's good. The better way to write this, though, would be like this. Get component or null. And then delete all of that and just put a question mark here. There. Okay, so now we got to call this at the right time from battle system, which is presumably this thing here. So effects system? What is that? Oh, come on. Where's the stupid system? I need the system. No. What has access to that? All right, well, what calls this? Init. And what called this initialization? The instance. Where do we initialize the battle system? Down there. We just pass the effect system in. Oh, I guess there's no real point in doing that, huh? I could just make this a public function. In fact, there already is a public function there. Effect system battle started. Should probably rename this now to something like ensure all effects are added. Yeah. Well, this wasn't fixing a bug. I guess kind of it was. Well, it was just adding an ability, discovered the one bug. Effects are queued within effects. Come on, type out the thing. And one time I want AI to do that for me. Yeah. So this method ensures that the effects are actually added so that their methods are called. Yeah. Perfect. Code to look like compiler messages. I actually do like this. It's coming from ErrorLens. So that way you can tell when you have erroneous code without needing to look at some other tab for output. However, as you're modifying code, you will naturally enter erroneous states. So if I just type if here, it's like in order to type anything else out, you need to type the letters I and F. And then sure, you can type out your condition. But while you're in this state, it's going to say, oh, hey, you don't have a semicolon, this thing doesn't make any sense, blah, blah, blah. So then you finally type out your condition. So something like if true. And now still you're in a bad state. So yeah, if that bothers you, then you just wouldn't use this extension. But I actually do think it's pretty helpful. Okay, so now I think we're in good shape. I think the cleric, let's test the cleric first. I think they should be working. And hopefully we waited for at least 5 minutes, so it just auto-saved, because that way I won't need to set this up again. The answer is yes, good. Which means I can just do this, this, and this. And the cleric should not get hit. They did get hit. Well, what are you gonna do? I guess because we need to call it in between these two lines of code. Okay. Well, it does make slightly more sense, I guess, to do that. So we'll just pass in the effect system. Yeah. And then here we do effect system dot ensure. Good. Let's try that out. Stupid cleric. Hey, Patata. All right, now there's an error for this. This also needs to have the effect system, even though it's not used. Which means that the base init needs it as well. Doesn't just regular battle system need this? Why did I do this way? No. Yeah, the fishing system will need this. Because even though the cleric, well, I guess it never has a functional impact, but still, we could have an effect in the future that causes this to happen. Hey, Pressel. Matt and Kevin both typed their message, so the 3 musketeers are all done with their mission. Mission accomplished. You just had a spy in your party. Me. All right, so load the game. Go to here. And now watch as the cleric does not get hit. So far, so good. Remember, there is a very, very tiny chance that we still have the bug and just probability made it so the cleric never got hit until this point. But the odds of us failing a 1 in 3 roll, like 20 times or whatever, is so fleetingly low. And now we're going to do it another like 20 times. So yeah, we can be pretty confident that this is working. We can know for sure that it's working, but oh, look at that. Oh, interesting. I think this is caused by speeding up the game. Also, that's a problem. They still have rock charges when they're dead. I didn't think about that. Bug, the golem still has rock charges when they're dead. We should remove them at that point. That's pretty easy to fix. Cleric is supposed to get hit last, not be invincible. Yeah, the way that the ability is phrased is while you have living allies, you cannot be targeted by enemies. So it's not that they're invincible. It's just that single target attacks won't hit them until your allies are dead. Even though we got caught, all 3 of us still did that. Yes. Very funny. Hilarious. Okay, so let's test the last thing with the golem here, which was this ability. You should start a battle with 4 chunks of rock. So if I go into here, we should see 4 floating rocks. Yeah, but they're not staggered. How is it possible that they're not staggered? So it's working except for the staggering part. Gravel buff. We call add gravel charge. And this sets the animation speed based on how many chunks we have. What could possibly be wrong with that? It's modifying their Y coordinate, so the gravel chunk count is fine. I can't imagine the animation speed part would be a problem. Maybe it's coincidentally that these would always get added in such a way because they're 2 seconds apart that they'd naturally be staggered and that what I'm doing here is not actually functional. I'm now realizing that must be the case. Is it because it's not called default? If I go look at the gravel thing? No, it's called default. Okay. I was going to say that would be sad. All right, let's put a breakpoint here and let's try to see what's happening. I think that my understanding of the set animation speed must be wrong. So here, this is going to be equal to 5.3, or sorry, 5.1. I meant to say 5.1. Yeah, and then the next time we hit this, it's going to be equal to 7.4. Yeah, that's right. So what's going on? Oh, they all use the same sprite frames. Oh. Oh, we need to click make unique. I think. Does that even work? Or local to scene? It's not a floating point error thing. This is that all of these are modifying the same sprite frames. I just need to figure out the right solution for it. So did that work? No, that didn't work. Okay, so then we need to say local to scene, I think. How do you do that? Done. Yeah, this should fix it. And now we're going to see an effect that I've never seen before because I thought I was modifying this the whole time. Yeah, look at that. So now they're all floating around at different speeds. But I'd never seen this before. And it looks a little chaotic. Let's take a look at this again. Actually, how do we do this? Now let's just start another battle. We just need to offset them slightly. Not probably as much as I am offsetting them. Oh, it does look kind of cool. Wait. It's going to be really hard to capture this, but there's one frame where they're off by oh wait, no. I know what's going on. I now have a maximum number of charges of 7. So adding 1 pixel for all of these is not a good idea anymore. I wonder if we can add half a pixel or like 0.75. What do we used to do? We used to do plus. Is that always a plus? Yeah. So we would go from 0 to 5. It should have been -2 then. That's potentially still going to look bad. Well, let's just try it. You have Obsidian, but take notes in Google Docs. And I also have commands for everything. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so we're looking at the left side of this thing's head. Oh, it lost all of its charges. Why'd I go to the volcano? I see what the problem is. They move their head 1 pixel forward when they throw a rock. No. Yeah. All right, let me show you frame by frame what's happening here that I don't like, but it's very minor and I probably shouldn't care about this. That right there. That's the frame where this is problematic. So they move their head forward, and now our effect that we have of looking like we're obscuring the rocks is a problem. There are a bunch of different ways we could try to fix this. One is by rendering the entirety of the rock fragment and rendering it behind the golem. Two is by moving the fragments to the right when the golem moves their head to the right. Yeah, those are pretty only ways, I guess. How'd you even spot that? I mean, it looks apparent to me, at least. I don't usually spot this stuff. So problem, the rock shards are drawn as partial shards. So when the golem attacks and moves their head by a pixel, you can see that they're not full shards. Option 1, render the shards. Oh wait, rendering them behind wouldn't. Okay, I guess render full shards and then Z index them behind the golem at the appropriate time. Option 2, we render full shards and just don't worry about this. Option 3 would be move the partial shards with the attack animation so that they're still aligned. Did you use WebGL or 2D context? I'm not sure. It was a long time ago. 3 is realizing nobody outside of you would ever notice this. Option 3 is easier. Not really. So I'll show you. Hang on one sec. Let me cough. Excuse me. So the way that the gravel chunk animation works is we show these frames, and the problems are the partial frames that we have here and here. The frame rate is, 12 FPS, and this is done at some point, so we don't know when exactly, and then we multiply this by a certain number so that they're all running on different waves, essentially. So basically, you have some arbitrary point in time that you're going to try to synchronize with the attack animation, moving them slightly. So what you'd have to do is you have to know when you're at that part of the attacking animation, take all the gravel chunks, move them like 1 pixel to the right, and I guess hope that that works. Golem leans back for the wind-up animation. There's also, yeah, exactly. This would happen on both sides. Yeah, so it happens over here, but then if we go back a couple of frames, or no, forward a couple of frames, I guess. Come on. Oh yeah, there we go. We can see that there's the gap over here too. What I think is probably easiest. No, actually, I don't think it's probably easiest. Darn it. I don't know what I want to do. I think the easiest would be this. Probably easiest, but it's still difficult. Z index alone probably isn't proper. We should change the scene hierarchy. I take care of Broken Crown. Thanks again for the sub. We know the duration of the throw animation. I say we tween a node position based on that. Yeah, it's just going to get weird if we ever allow for interrupting animations. I guess, well, let me hear some other things. Option 4, stop the golem from moving their head. It's another solution we could do, and that would also fix this. And that would just be modifying 2 frames, I guess. But I don't think that would probably look good. So here's their attack animation. And it's probably not super obvious because these aren't aligned vertically, but yeah, its head is moving to the left here and then to the right. And then I think it's in the middle for both of these frames. Yeah, option 5 is ignore this. Also welcome in Kizu. Issues have to tweak the position for all the different rocks individually depending on how they align with the golem attack animation. Yeah. Yeah, which is why I don't think any of these solutions are great. We could render, like we need to know where in the animation they're at so that we could know to offset this. An animated sprite knows when its animation is finished. We have animation change. I don't think that would help. I guess we could just figure it out based on, like we could have a position, figure out exactly what frame we're on, and then figure out the offset of all of the rocks. So basically we have a process here that just positions them. Would probably be done through a process function that gets the animation name, checks for, I don't even know what it's called. Where is that animation? Regular battle system? I don't know what we called this thing. Ah, here it is. Ability 1 animation name. This. Checks for that, then reads the frame number and applies an offset to the gravel chunks, which could go into a dedicated node. So we move them all by a pixel right or left. Guess that would work. So you want to change the position only for those frames? Why not for the whole sprite? It would look like it moves with the golem. No, we want to do it for the whole sprite. Well, maybe I'm phrasing this poorly. I want to find out when we're on one of the ability frames. So when the golem has moved its head, and then move every gravel sprite 1 pixel to the right or 1 pixel to the left. The whole while a certain animation is happening is basically something like this. So I think this is what we'd probably do. How about we save this for a little bit? I want to fix this bug first, and I also want to make sure that this thing is working correctly. So let's go into gravel buff. There should be an on death thing for effect. Yeah, here it is. And I don't think the gravel buff is using this now. No, it's not. So let's go add this in and let's have it clear out all of the gravel charges that we have. So on death, we are going to clear the gravel chunks. We don't ever do this, do we? We just call remove at and then free. So we just remove them all and free them all. Yeah. Okay, that's easy. You know where in the attack animation the golem is to move accordingly. Yeah. And I don't think it's going to be that hard to do. But yeah, let's start with this one. So this is when the golem dies, remove any of its rock charges that it had. Because I guess the golem can get randomly targeted. So let's load the game. Send them into the volcano and just hope that this happens. Oops. There. All right, so speed this up until they die. And hope that they die with some charges. All right, they've got two charges, 3 charges. They died, but I don't know if it was with charges. Like the code I added might have just helped. Let's turn off the cleric's shield of unity so they can get killed too. Wait, would that help? That wouldn't help. Maybe it would. I don't know. Let's just run this. Oh, we won the battle now. I guess let's turn this back on. I could just make it so that they have charges no matter what. Yeah, I think it's probably working. I mean, this code looks correct. So that fixes that problem. That should probably be checked in on its own. Let's go do that. Remove gravel charges on death. Looks weird for the golem to have gravel chunks spinning around on their corpse. A few extra pebbles, like a particle effect. Wonder if somehow masking out the head from the rocks would be easier. I don't think so. Because generally the way that we've done this here is we have our scene hierarchy. So we're gonna have like the golem. Let's just say this is a node 2D, although this isn't how this works. So then we'd have a sprite, well, an animated sprite 2D, representing the golem sprite. And we'd have a rock charge, which I guess it's also an animated sprite. So a rock charge. So what we need to do is move these around the scene hierarchy for when something's behind or in front of it. Or we need to change the z-index, which could potentially interact with other z-index changes, like maybe projectiles that show up on top, and now the rock charge shows up on top of a fireball or something, and it would look weird. So yeah, we're gonna try this. We're gonna see if this looks good. So how do we do this? Does effect have an update? Update while living. I guess that's what we want. So this would be for gravel buff. It's gonna be the most complicated ability in the game. Okay, so we got to figure out what animation the battler is in. This shouldn't be too hard to do, right? All right, let's go figure this out. Yeah. So ECS get component battle animated sprite component for the affected entity. So we get their animated sprite, and we got to go what their current animation name is. So if the animation is equal to battler.ability animation, then we need to change the positions of all of these sprites based on which frame that we're in. I mean, this isn't that hard to do. We just gotta figure out which frames it should even be. So let's copy this into a new graphic and then expand the canvas. Is this even... I just want to figure out how these are aligned. I guess we could just use the grid. How big is this? No, this is wrong, right? Is this wrong? What did I copy? I copied only a portion of it. I should just copy the whole thing. There. So that's the entirety of it. So we put this over here. Now we want to cut the canvas size in half. So 64. And then have it only take the rightmost side. And then we can figure out which frames are off by some amount. So now 64 means that we're 16 pixels for each one of these. So we can show the grid at 16 by, it actually doesn't matter what the vertical one is, and set the color to pink. And then show that. How do we show that? View, show grid. Oh God, I messed up. What have I done? Is this not 16 pixels? It's 20. I did mess up. Horizontal is... Oh, did these get snapped to... Okay, whatever. Yeah, cool. So how far from here? We're 1 pixel away. Then we are 2 pixels away. Then we are 3 pixels. And then we are 2. Okay, good. So 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. So on frame 0, we want to be 1 pixel left. And on frame 2, we want to be 1 pixel right. So that's what we need to know. So X offset and frame number. Is this what I want? Get frame. This is an int. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. So it's going to be frame number switch. Easy. Easy. Oh, man. All right, gravel chunk dot position dot y. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. See if this strategy works. Think we have a single parent? Yes, exactly. We could have a single parent for that, and I should probably do that eventually. But for now, this test cell does this out. Okay. How are we looking here? Yeah, I guess this is fine. So now let's try this. Oh, wait. And then we need a 0, 1, 2, 3. No, technically it'll hit frame 3. But yeah, I guess if they ever leave this animation, we need to also reset them to 0. No, it actually shouldn't matter, thanks to just how this is set up. All right, let's try it out. All right, so we should never see any 1 pixel gaps now. Yeah, I think it's working great. Well, now all the charges are gone. All right, so let's click the close button here. And now let's go look at the YouTube video. Do I still have it open? No, I don't. Adam learns. Okay, so let's start there. Speed this up a bit. Okay, now let's just go frame by frame for a little bit. We should never see anything go wrong. We're waiting for the attack animation. Where art thou, attack animation? Oh, there they go. Okay, so they look at that. You see their gravel things move? They now move exactly with the golem. And then the other side of this is here, except for it's not super apparent because they didn't have the charge there. No, they do. Yeah, nice. Cool. Working great. Working great. So the proper way to do this would be to move a parent of all of the gravel chunks. So when we add the gravel chunk, we should add a single node 2D that we can reposition for this. Now it looks like it's following the golem's movement. Yeah. Although that would have been less obvious because it's just 1 pixel. And for the rocks that are in front of the golem, you probably wouldn't have noticed that 1 pixel. But still, yeah, this is good. Hey, Maniac, it's going pretty well. We've been making really, really good progress this morning. We are done with all but 3 of the abilities, and we're just finishing up 1 of them. And we have still about 2.5 days left to do this and then 10 more abilities. So that is very doable as long as the spirit caller doesn't cause some like major problems, which they might. I don't know. There's a lot to do for them. That's for sure. They are going to be a class with, I think, 4 summons. Is that what they have? Summons a damage spirit, heal spirit, power buff, and dodge buff spirit. Yes, they have 4 spirits and then themselves, and there's some untargetability and other things that we have going on. Okay, so the way that we should do this is we should do a private node 2D gravel parent node. Yeah, that sounds good. And when we initialize this for a battle, I guess we're going to add this node to the parent. This equals new. And then affected entity add child. And it doesn't matter where it is. So now whenever we do any other add child calls, we add it to this. And whenever we do any remove child calls, which we don't do because we just cube free, should be fine. There's a slime that's squished together and have gaps on both sides. Well, we could have done some like frame by frame thing, but yeah, I'm glad this is just a square boxy golem. So now here what we can do is change the X offset of just the parent node. And now we don't need to do this. And then we just need to write a comment here. Write a comment for this. But I want to test this again and make sure this is working because we did change this a bit. This thing never gets removed from the character. Yeah. And then the ability itself, which I think we've already tested at this point. But let's look at the ability again. It says raise the maximum number of chunks of gravel you can have and start with 4. So starting with 4 should be very obvious. Yep. And the maximum number is not very obvious. We might need to change the speeds again too. So are there any offset issues we see here? I'm not seeing anything so far. And now all the chunks are gone, so let's restart the battle. Yeah, now let's add in Boulder, so they have 2 abilities. Let's turn on the sounds, so we overwhelm our senses. I love this character. I think it's just such a cool character. Throwing these gigantic boulders at enemies. You know, we never really tried is what if you throw them into a later battle where they have multiple enemies and then just turn on invincibility? Because I've only ever seen them throw it directly across, but I want to see them throw it up or down. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that still looks fine. Now we turn off invincibility, we'll die pretty quickly. Cool. Okay, well, I think we're ready to check this in. Let's go write the comment for this now. Oh, the animation speeds were the only thing I might need to take a look at. May need to look at, so this has been fixed. May need to look at the animation speeds of the rock charges themselves. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be varying it too much. So what was happening? We used to modify it on every sprite frame all at once. So whatever the last one that was set would be the number set for all of them. So basically when you had 2 charges, they would be at 5.1 speed, all of them. And when you had 3 charges, all of them would be at 7.4. And 4 charges would be at 9.7. So they'd get increasingly fast as you had more and more of these, which was an unintended effect and just happened to look good because of when we add these. They were always 2 seconds apart. But when you start at the beginning of battle, that broke down. So we can probably just pick a smaller range, I guess. I don't know. We'll still need to think about that. Okay, so the golem moves its head during the attack animation. But the gravel chunks are drawn as rock fragments that always have the same Z index. This means that when the head is moved slightly left, you could see, when it's moved, you could see a 1 pixel gap between the head and the gravel chunks. To avoid this, we move the gravel chunks left or right, depending on the frame of the animation. Yeah, and we don't need to reset this. I should probably write what that is. Yeah, fine. We don't need to, I guess only need to do this during the attack animation for 2 reasons. List item. One is the animation's final frame has a 0 pixel offset. So as long as the animation finishes, the chunks will be in the right place for the idle animation. And then 2 is when the golem dies, the chunks are all removed. There. Wait, how do you make a list type equals, what's the other type? Number. That's what I want. This shows up as 1 and 2 in here. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Cool. All right, well, we did a lot at once, and I think we really have 2 commits here. Yeah, well, maybe even 3. Update readme. Not even gonna type anything more there. The gravel chunk itself, all I really care about is this resource local to scene. I don't care about this thing changing, so we can set that back to what it was. Yeah, and can we? Is that also, did that match that? That did match that. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do that then. Maybe let's just leave it like that. Yeah, great. All right, so this is a change on its own alongside anything else that had to do with the animation speed, which is probably nothing. Did we do anything else here? Add gravel charge used to be up here. No, we didn't change anything there. Well, we did technically change the Y position, but that shouldn't matter. Fix gravel animations. They were all using the same reference, or I guess a reference to the same sprite frames. So when I thought I was setting the animation speed of individual chunks, I was actually setting all of them to be the same. This coincidentally looked fine because we waited. What's the word I want? Spread? It's fine because what's the word? Staggered their creation times by the cooldown of the ability, but it won't look fine once we add whatever this new thing is called, solidity, I think. Solidity ability. Okay, good. Now what? I'm coughing a lot more than normal. Maybe because I was talking yesterday more than I normally would be. All right, so this is now implement solidity. Yeah, this is looking fine, other than maybe the animation speed. Oh, and then this is fix a critical bug. Okay, we got to check this in on its own. Battle system, this thing, this. I think that's it. Yeah. Fix critical bug in effect system. So we should probably, let's do some code archaeology here. If we look at effects component and blame this file, we'll find exactly where we have to be added. Yeah, this commit. So as of that commit, we stage effects to be added to an entity. However, this created a bug where initializing the battle wouldn't initialize any effects because they needed to wait a frame to be fully added to an entity. The only impact of this is that the cleric's Shield of Unity wouldn't have any effect in battle until an ally died. This meant that entering a battle with the cleric and at least one other party member could result in the cleric taking damage. I guess like being targeted when they shouldn't have been. It would also have made solidity impossible to function, which we'll add shortly. Yeah. Solid commit. Oh, thanks, Raimi. Let's look through just this. So it was a simple fix for this. Yeah. Okay, so I said we had 2 or 3 commits. We actually have like 5. I think we're finally on the one that adds solidity and nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Implement solidity ability. This had some complexity in that the gravel chunks needed to be repositioned based on the golems. I guess we should capitalize golem. Attack animation. I've been capitalizing all the other adventurers. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, indeed. So now we get to write a check mark next to this. Done. Now we have 2 abilities left for the golem. Rock formation sounds like it should be pretty easy to do. And then earthen shield. When spending your last gravel, become invulnerable for X seconds. This is nuts. Again, I recognize we can balance all of this. It's really, really hard to balance Boolean effects. So imagine something like if you played Hearthstone, there are freeze effects. You're either frozen or you're not frozen. There is no sliding scale of being frozen. So if something adds freeze and it's too powerful, but then it's not powerful enough without the freeze, then you have fewer balance knobs you can turn. Whereas anything that is a sliding scale, and it could even be an integer scale. So let's say you deal like 1 to 10 damage. If this is too much, you could say, okay, deal 1 to 5. If it's too little, you could say deal 3 to 15 or something like that. So at least having those knobs allows you to balance later. I think it's generally tough to add Boolean abilities. You can scale duration, no. Well, in Hearthstone you can't because of how freeze works. Freeze is whenever you had the opportunity to attack but didn't, you will unfreeze. So there's no like be frozen for 3 turns sort of effect. But yes, in general, yeah, you could change your game to do that. But that basically duration then becomes your sliding scale that you can do. So you could have like a poison that says 5 damage per second. You could say for 4 seconds or for 12 seconds, and then that'll let you change it. Now again, in this case, you also have this as a sliding number you could change, and then also this as your time quantum that you could change. So the reason I mention this is I'm mentioning right now reading this that like, oh my god, turning invincible, that's crazy. But there are 2 numbers that we can change here, the duration and the cooldown. So if it's too powerful, we could just lower these numbers or like make them worse. You know what I mean? Okay, how long has it been? It's been 2 hours and 24 minutes. I think I should probably take a break, and I think I should probably take breaks at like the hour marks. Could always make him take less damage. Yeah. Although I like the idea of invulnerability. I think it's cool. And I think doing cool stuff is potentially better than doing balanced stuff. Although we could still balance the cool thing in this case. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break. And when we get back, we'll start working on these 2 abilities. I'd like to get these done, I guess before lunch is probably a tall order, but today for sure. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, so this is only accessible to Twitch chat, not that we have any YouTube viewers, but type join in chat to join, and then J and a number, and you'll figure it out. Have fun. I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again. For anyone who finds that idea fun but didn't join, you can always type join now and then jump around and see what happens. I know it's behind where I am right now, but you can still see as I'm typing stuff here. Oh, wait, let's get exactly up to there. There we go. Now we can get up to that and up to here. Anyway, that's that for now. So have fun next time this comes up. Close the game for now. And let's get back to coding. So rock formation, reduce the time it takes for a gravel charge to form. These gravel charges are just so key to the class. And I think I had this written up here that starts at 2 seconds and gets lower and lower. I actually kind of wonder if this should be higher than 2 seconds to begin with. Or maybe we just change the mitigation. And yeah, I guess this is another thing you can do. So let's say you have, I don't know. How do I say this? Let's say you have an attack speed and you have an attack damage. And let's say your attack speed is 1 attack per second and your damage is 5 damage per attack. So that means per second, you're going to do 5 damage. Let's say you change these numbers. So you cut this in half, 0.5 attacks per second for 10 damage per attack. So per second, you're still doing 5 damage. Well, which one's more fun as a player? Probably attacking faster is more fun. Maybe, I don't, just it depends on the game, right? Maybe you've got different builds and one of them is a dagger build or something and one is like a great mace build. In this game, so with the golem, we have this concept of you getting these rock charges and then they lower damage taken and they can heal you potentially. So is it better to give you tons of these and have them lower damage by a bit? Or is it better to give you a few of these and have them lower damage by a lot? So just like how we could change attack speed and stuff, which one kind of feels better for this class? And I don't have an answer for this. It could go either way here. It would need to be possible for you to get to the maximum number of charges, or else this ability has no real purpose. So we need it to be fast enough where that's possible. Although this also makes you start with more, just in case getting the max wasn't really doable for some reason. And yeah, what that all boils down to is I have no idea if this 2 seconds is good or bad. But I'm kind of thinking it should start at maybe 2.5 and lower down to 2. But then I guess starting with 4 charges means we're saving you 10 seconds. I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, well, let's not worry about that right now. Let's worry about the balance later. So rock formation, reduce the time it takes for a gravel charge to form. Rock formation. Reduce the time it takes for a chunk of gravel name to form. Okay. And let's get this from, what's the other thing called? I don't know, Nature's Protection. Okay, copy this over to here. Copy this to here. This is going to be time reduction, I guess. Or maybe cooldown reduction. What do we say for quicker strike? We call it cooldown values. So we set it to a particular value. I think I'd rather change it to cooldown reduction. So 0.2 seconds and then 0.4 seconds. So now we need the cooldown header. So reduce the time. Time reduction, I guess is what we'll call it. That'll be there. Get time reduction. Get cooldown header. 0s. It's not 0. It can't be 0. 0 point number. Yeah. Okay, so again, haven't coded anything, but the tooltip should look good now. Let's go take a look at the tooltip. Reduce the time it takes for a chunk of gravel to form. Sounds good. Level time reduction. We say 0 instead of 0 0.0. I think that's probably fine, but I don't think we're consistent with this across all the adventurers. Oh, finding this is always annoying. Heal amount, duration. We put an S in there, right? Yeah, we did. Heal amount, damage bonus, healing bonus. Time reduction. Time reduction. What does this say? Time reduction. They both say time reduction. That's consistent. Oh, man. Do we do this anywhere else? Bonus chance. You know, it would kind of be nice. I guess I could do this too, probably. But what if we had it so that there was some command I could run that would just export an image that contained every single ability in it with its tooltip? So like you showed a picture of a cleric and then all of these and then a picture of all of their tooltips. It'd probably save me time when I'm doing this sort of thing. Although I'm probably not going to need this after like 2 days from now. Damage reduction. Is there any time reduction in here? The warrior should have had it for this. Yeah, cooldown. That's just the setting of it. As long as it's clear, I think this is fine. And I think it is clear. Yeah, okay. I'm good with this. So now we need to code this. Reduce the time it takes for a chunk of gravel to form. How do we do that right now? Gravel buff. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Because we don't have a way of changing the proc interval, do we? Timed effect proc interval. It is public with a protected set. But if you change this, it doesn't change a timer, does it? Oh, it doesn't need to because there's no timer. It's done via deltas. Well, well, well. So can we do that? When do we construct a gravel buff? From gravel. So gravel could just pass in the proc interval. Oh, well, that's easy. Okay. Proc interval. Yeah, we didn't even need a default argument there. All right, that's simple. So now float proc interval. And this is going to be based on the level that we have inside of rock formation. So it's going to be equal to the cooldown minus rock formation dot cooldown reduction level of rock formation. Yeah. That's it. We're done. Well, that was easy. Okay, so let's change it so that this really reduces the cooldown. So we'll have it reduce it down to half a second. That way it's going to be very obvious that this is working. Which is going to be super OP. Okay, so we're going to get a point. Oh, it only allows you to put 1 point in because I messed this up. Cooldown reduction count. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so now we make an instance and it should just start forming rocks like crazy. It doesn't. It doesn't form them at all now. What? Proc interval is set here. I must have messed something up. Let's put a breakpoint there. Just start the battle again. Proc interval is set to, yeah, 0.5. What? What's going on then? This is 0.5, is it not? It is. Is proc not even being called? It isn't. What? Huh. That's strange. It's very strange. I don't know why that's happening. I like truly cannot think of why it would be happening. This used to be 2. It used to be hard coded to the cooldown that we had, which was 2. So we could just hard code this to 5 or 0.5. Yeah, now our new parameter is not being used at all. And now when we create a battle, we don't even need the skill anymore. We can just do this. So this shouldn't matter is what. It's not making these. Okay, hold on. How could I have changed something and messed it up that badly? Shouldn't be possible. Because yeah, this used to just be gravel.cooldown. Wow. That's just so bizarre. So if I set this to 2, everything works fine. But if I set it to 0.5, it doesn't? That would imply that maybe something's broken with fast proc intervals. In which case I just need to look at that code. It's possible. All right, stop breaking in on this. Doesn't matter. Do we get a charge? We're not going to get a charge at all now? What? Did I break this before this change and I'm only just realizing it? Let's stash the whole thing. Stash and try to run. I don't know what I would have done to... Oh, maybe the maximum number of charges is set to 0. Oh, that's possible. Yeah, that's very likely what I did wrong. It probably thinks that it's... No, wait, no, we weren't even seeing proc get hit, though. So it can't be that. Are they getting a charge? No, they're not getting a charge. So I broke this before this. Okay, what's going on? We saw that proc isn't getting hit. So this can probably be set to proc interval again. That's probably fine. Add gravel charge isn't doing anything. Proc isn't being called. Why wouldn't it be, though? But then the initial ones were? Is that why we never saw anything else form? We know add gravel charge is working. So yeah, something's not calling proc correctly. Hey, Scoreline, it's going really well. Today's been a productive day. Except for this issue is now paralyzing me. I only just came across it about 5 minutes ago, maybe, but we have something that is supposed to... Oh, maybe we're specifying the wrong parameters here. Type time remaining proc interval. Type time remaining proc interval. No, that's correct. Maybe this is getting taken in the wrong way. No, it's not. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, well, we should be able to find this. Yeah, let's put a breakpoint there and just start the battle again. This isn't even being hit. Update while living. Okay, that's scary. What's going on? Oh, because we never called the parent thing. Oh my God. Yeah, of course. Okay, whoops. Problem solved. This is why debugging is helpful. Yeah, my bad. I guess that's just never been a problem before this. Wait, no, that's not entirely true that it's never been a problem. I should probably look into this, huh? Is this the only place where we override this? Not. Luminescence does. Luminescence doesn't have a proc, though. So the parent of this doesn't have an update while living. Yeah, it's empty. Mental swiftness presumably doesn't either. Nope. So yeah, this was the one place where this mattered. And we just fixed it. All right, well, let's try it again then. So we're going to set this to be the max level. So now we should see tons and tons of rock chunks spawn because it's once every half second. Yeah, I don't care about this. It's working now. Yeah. So this is obviously way more than we would want because the bat attacks once every 2.5 seconds, which means that 5 charges can form. So you'll never see this lower. But if we go to the volcano, there will be 3 bats. So you'll see, I guess, somewhere between 2 to 5 charges at most times. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, so that's that ability. Now let's try it with the actual times. You probably won't notice too much of a difference here. Should be a lint rule or something. The thing is, it can't know when you want to call the base function and when you don't want to call the base function. Although it's pretty safe that the effects of the proc interval should still be able to proc. But maybe you want to override that for some reason. I just can't imagine what the reason would be. So yeah, I guess I agree with you. I don't know why I responded the way I did. Okay, so let's get every ability. Boulder, max damage. When a chunk of gravel is consumed, you heal. Your gravel absorbs more damage. Your chunks of gravel have a chance to not be consumed. Raise the maximum number of chunks and the starting number of chunks and the cooldown. Okay, yeah. So how much can they do in the volcano with all of their skills? So they're gonna have a lot of they're not even taking damage. This is so broken. Oh wait, now they're taking damage. Although they're barely taking damage. And once they kill that one bat, then they'll go back up to full life probably. Yep, there. Now they'll probably go right back up to full. Very cool. So they soloed the volcano in 36 seconds. This would be impossible, by the way. They shouldn't be able to get this many skill points and not at level 1, that's for sure. But I wonder if any other character could even come close to doing that. Like if we just gave any of these characters all of their skills, would any of them be able to? Let's give you all of the skills. And now throw you into the volcano. Can you do a warrior? Speed it up a little bit. Okay, the warrior can only because they become invincible due to how powerful disorient is. I wonder how many characters fall into this bucket. Can the rogue? This is just me having fun at this point. I'm not testing anything. It really doesn't matter if they can do this or not. Oh my god, the rogue is ripping through these enemies. Okay, the rogue can win in 10 seconds. Well, that's fun. So that's 3 characters who can. Let's try to come up with a character who can't. Probably this one. This one's going to kill itself. But also, it hasn't been balanced yet. So this one does damage to itself, and it's based on being able to revive, but it can't revive when it's the only party member. So it'll probably die pretty quickly. Yeah, it doesn't even kill a single enemy. But if you put them in with even like one other ally, they'll probably do pretty well. Maybe. They're still not great. Oh well, that's not what we're testing here. All right, so let's check in the fix to that. Fix bug with gravel. It was no longer making gravel charges since I forgot to call the base function when I overrode it. Okay, so now we just changed the proc interval. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Cool. Implement rock formation ability. And that brings us to our final ability, Earthen Shield. When spending your last gravel chunk. Did we say absorb? I think we say absorb. I think we should say consume. I'll write that down. Change the word absorb to consume in the tooltips. I don't know for sure we want to do that. When spending your last gravel chunk, become invulnerable for X seconds. This effect can only occur every Y seconds. Let's probably say once every Y second. Okay, so making you invulnerable. When you're invulnerable, it probably shouldn't consume your rock charges. I mean, you wouldn't have had any to begin with, but you could have formed more in that time. And if we keep these times the same, then in 3 seconds you could form, I guess technically at any of these levels you could form 2. Because your invulnerability triggers, and then immediately this thing triggers, and then 2 seconds later this triggers again. You probably wouldn't want to lose your rock charges in that time. I don't really care about that, I guess, either way. So invulnerability, how would we code that? Vulnerability. Option 1, set damage mitigation to 100%. Option 2, we had the untargetable thing. I don't want it to be untargetable. I want it to be targetable. Have a special flag just for this. I don't think we need that, though. Yeah, I think we just go with this option. Set damage mitigation to 100%. The only problem would be if there is a damage mitigation reduction such that they're no longer invulnerable. So really we need to set this to like 100,000%. And then hope that nothing overrides this. I guess that's why you might have a special flag. Let's just start with this anyway. I think it's mostly invulnerable. In fact, maybe we could even phrase the ability that way. When spending your last gravel chunk, become essentially invulnerable. Be fun if the golem had a cool visual effect on them while invulnerable. I think it would be cool if that were the case. We should have it show text at the very least. Earthen Shield should have text at the very least, if not for a visual effect. Invuln could be the text. I don't like that. I could say shield. I don't know. Let's start coding this. All right, Earthen Shield. So what's the description? When consuming your last chunk of gravel name, you become invulnerable for a short time. This effect can only occur once every so often. There we go. I like consuming. I think I want to use that everywhere. I don't know, actually. I think we use some different verbiage in the other skills. When a chunk... Oh, wait, we do use consumed. Oh. Oh, well then, great. Yeah, we'll just keep using consumed. I guess this to-do item is already done. I thought we used absorb in different places. Okay, so there are 2 variables for this. There is the invulnerability time and then the cooldown time. Not really looking forward to coding this, but it shouldn't be too bad. All right, 2 things. What has 2 things? Nature's protection? No, not nature's protection. Solidity. It's just easier to copy paste from things that already have this. All right, these should probably be floats so that they can be fractions of a second if needed. Although I probably won't start with that. So this is going to be invulnerability duration. And we said it was going to be 2 seconds and then 3 seconds. And then the cooldown was going to be 12 and then 11. Okay, max level is invulnerability count. Great, sounds good. Description is going to come from here. Description. Copy that. So the first one is the duration header. Get duration header. Header. It should know to just change it to duration. It doesn't. Wow. Duration. And then what's the other one? Cooldown. Yeah, there. Get cooldown header. Invulnerability duration. Cooldown. Did I call it cooldown? I did call it cooldown. Probably cooldowns. Would it be better to say something like when all cores are consumed, gain 300% damage mitigation for X seconds? So when all cores are consumed is the starting state in the battle because you have 0. But when the final one is consumed is like clearly only when you use the last one, which technically is probably going to happen after 2.5 seconds in the battle anyway, which I also didn't think about. So, oh man. So I guess starting with more gravel doesn't help you. Oh man. Yeah, I'm not sure. How'd the front page go? Hey, Darth Maul. It went pretty well. We got 100 wish lists on that day. And I mean, all the other stats are up too, like ad revenue, followers. I don't tend to care about these too much. But yeah, the wish list, that was definitely super helpful. Compare that to Next Fest. Next Fest got us 400 wish lists over 7 days. So being on the front page was like a quarter of Next Fest. It actually kind of made me wonder, should I just always have Skeleseller on the screen? Hey, Krasner. Like I could probably, how do you do this? I could probably make the whole monitor be slightly transparent. Yeah, there's probably a way to do this. Yeah, there it is. Filtering, blending mode. Yeah, I don't have anything behind it right now, but I could have Skeleseller showing no matter what. Or put Skeleseller slightly transparent on top of everything, I guess. Alternatively, just have it take up a window or show the trailer every once in a while. With that said, how many people are really in the game dev category and might look at this? Right now, there are 2,500 people. So it's not nothing, but if you saw a fun looking thumbnail for me, would you be like, what game is that? As opposed to a text editor open all the time. In fact, how many of these people have their project open? Lana does. Hilfert does. I'm guessing they're all working on stuff. Yeah, this person does. Yeah, in general, not many of them have a game visible. The thumbnail does try to prefer when there's something interesting happening because they have some logic around that. I mean, for some reason is pretty apparent. Like game dev versus game playing, which is more entertaining and accessible. It's like the game playing will be, and that's most of Twitch. I know there's just chatting and there's some like IRL stuff, but yeah, mostly it's going to be people want to watch someone play a game they already understand. Plus, the other thing is, even if you like development, it's just a very slow process. We're on stream day number, what, 162 or something? Imagine watching this for 80 days. Being like, oh, he's halfway through the, well, not even halfway through the game, halfway through where I am now. Okay, so let's take a look at the tooltip, and then we can code this ability. Tooltip. Let's take a pic. Do that. When consuming your last chunk of gravel, you become invulnerable for a short time. This effect can only occur once every so often. Okay, I use every so often in other skills. Do I say the word once before that? This can only happen every so often. apparently that's the only time I say that. This can only occur once every so often. This can only happen every so often. Okay, yeah, sure. Tooltip is good. Now we need to go make this. So this is going to be its own buff. It's got to keep track of a cooldown. And then it's got to keep track of when you're invulnerable. Honestly, this doesn't sound like it's that hard to make. Yeah. There's a taunt buff. This thing. I guess we just save this as earthen shield buff. And then go replace these things. Earthen shield buff. Then we go get the effect ID for that. I gotta change a letter here so it stops highlighting that. This stuff's gonna change, and then there's one other thing, mitigation. That happens from gravel buff. Yeah, so this is not gonna be, this doesn't have a proc interval, but it has this. This is taking decrease value. This is gonna return 100 or like 999 just to make it obvious that it's huge. But only conditionally. So bool has invulnerability equals, I don't know, true, it doesn't really matter. And then return that. And flip this. Type or namespace doesn't exist. Type of operating system is best for coding, or is it just preference? Used a MacBook for school when I coded, but I feel like Windows is better. I think it's just preference. I think the only time it's not preference is when something hasn't been made available to the operating system you want to use. So as an example, without a Mac, developing for Mac is really hard, possibly impossible. I'm not actually totally sure. I know that Hackintosh exists, but that's not supported by Apple. So I think they just don't want you making stuff for Mac unless you're on a Mac. So that's one case where it's like, okay, well, yeah, if you're making a Mac application, then again, I mean, you probably would want to be on a Mac to begin with. But kind of the same thing with like Linux and Windows development. Although this has changed a lot over the years. If you were trying to compile something that was made just for Linux on Windows, it wouldn't have worked. Now there's the Windows Linux subsystem. Hey, 21206, welcome to the stream. And yeah, so basically it's pretty much just preference, at least in terms of, if you think of what is the OS giving you, there are some number of applications that are going to be available to that OS. There is the sort of window management of that, and Windows / application / desktop, I guess. And that's kind of it. I mean, beyond that, maybe like hotkey usage. Beyond that, any OS is going to allow you to develop on it. Hey, Dan, became slow. Had to move back to Linux. Yeah, I never was a fan of the WSL stuff. I feel like it felt like an attachment onto Windows, and it kind of is, as opposed to something that's just native. Okay, so something else has a cooldown. I don't know what. It's an effect that can only happen every so often. Is that even true? I don't know. No, I don't think anyone has this. I mean, we just searched for every so often and we didn't find anything. I think I used to have an ability that was like it. Like every 15 arrows you shoot, something happens. All right, well, then let's keep track of this. So this should probably be private bool is invulnerable. And then we just use this here instead. Is invulnerable. So we need to keep track of how long you're invulnerable for. So I guess there's an invulnerability timer. So this would actually be a float. Invulnerable time. We'll just set this to -1 by default. And then override and update. What's it called? Update while living. So this is just an effect. It doesn't need to call into the base class. We lower the invulnerable time. And then this can be that way. And then we need to trigger this when you when you lose your last gravel charge. So that is here. And we need to know if you should remove a chunk and that you had a chunk. Wait a second, this doesn't even check to see. Oh, I see. There's a gate around this function. So we need to know that you had one to begin with. I guess we can just put an if statement here. So now we know that you had a chunk. And now if you no longer have a chunk, gravel chunks.count is 0, then we need to proc invulnerability if it's not on cooldown. So we could get the earth and shield buff, and we can make a function here like public void make invulnerable. We don't need to pass in the duration. It can figure this out itself. Do all these code iOS apps from Linux and Windows. But how would you run them without emulation? I know Apple at least used to have the mentality, and I imagine they probably still do, that like if you want to make stuff for a Mac, you need a Mac. And the Hackintosh existed, and they were very much opposed to that. But maybe that's not the case. All right, this should be easy enough to do, right? We get the earthen shield buff. Shield buff. You can use your own device. Not sure about emulator. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's pretty much what I was trying to talk about there. It's not really probably worth covering that anymore. All right, so there's a get effect. Get effect should be able to return null. It's also from the effects component. Is there a get effect on? Does entity have effect? Get all component types. Yeah, I guess this is silly. All right, let's do it this way then. Effects component ec equals get. Then we check this thing, ec.get effect. This passes in an ID and then returns the first one, and it can be null. So we want to get the earth and shield buff. And then from there, if it's not equal to null, make it invulnerable. Yeah, so something like that. And then it itself can know if we're on cooldown. And we need to figure out all these things over here. So we set the invulnerability time to the duration. That is based on this thing, invulnerability duration. So we need the level of this buff. Int level equals that. We could just have it store the level at creation time. Yeah, private int level equals abilities component get level of affected entity. Why is that a problem? Move field cannot reference the non-static field method or property effect. Okay, fine. This can be lowercase then. Then we just need to pull this in. All right, so the duration is going to be that earthen shield level. Then we subtract this every time and do that. That's all fine. The only way we can do this is if it's not on cooldown. So we need to know how long ago this thing happened. Invulnerability cooldown. So by default, it's going to be 0. I guess we don't need that. So make invulnerable can only happen if the cooldown is less than or equal to 0. Then make it invulnerable. If it is not on cooldown, then we need to do this. But this should probably also update while you're dead. There's no way to revive this character though, so I guess it doesn't matter. Make this read only, sure. Okay, I think that's the whole thing. This actually wasn't too bad. Question is, does it work? And there's no visual for this. Yeah, let's just try it out. So what's going to happen is this. After 2 seconds, the golem will get its first gravel charge. Then the bat will attack. So the bat's very first attack is guaranteed to hit the gravel charge, which is guaranteed to trigger this immunity. The immunity is only going to last for 2 seconds, though, unless I put more points into it. So I guess we do this. So now it'll last for 3 seconds. So they'll attack once and do 8 damage. And then they'll attack and do 0 damage. And then they'll attack and do 8 damage again, I think. Something like that. So they attack once and do 8. Attack again and do 0. Should have been 0, I think. Okay, that means that that's not working. Let's put a breakpoint there. And try this again. Good. We get the shield buff. This should not be null. It is null. Why? EC. 2 effects. One is... Oh, no. We never... Oh, whoops. Oh, my God. I know what I did wrong. I never actually gave it the buff. This should say granting buff. And then we should add in the actual method that grants them the buff. Just search for any other thing that does this. Yeah. So yes, that's what that's supposed to be, but we need to go import this. Come on, you can do it. All right, so now I'm guessing this is going to work. Let's go try it. Okay, so 8 damage is what they should take at first, then 0. Nice, then 8, I believe. Still 0. That's probably never going to go away. Yeah, because the time... Wait, why is that happening? Invulnerable time should be updating. -10. So why is damage taken value? Taken decrease. What's going on? Vulnerable time. This equates to 0, right? I'm not going nuts. Yeah, it's 0. So why does it say it takes 0 damage? It's taking 8 now. Oh. Is this lasting for longer than 3 seconds? What happened there? Oh, we never reset the cooldown. Oh, whoops. Yeah. That would be helpful. Wait, so then how did this ever... I don't know. Let's just try it again. Hey, Gojen, how you doing? Okay, so go try that exact same thing. Create instance. Take 8 damage. Take 0. They take 8. They take 8 again. They take 8 another like 2 or 3 times. I don't know how many. And then there should be one more 0 that shows up. Oh, wait, no, it'll never show up now because you'll never remove the final charge because there aren't enough bats attacking. Well, this means if we put them into a battle against the final area, they'll survive for at least 5.5 seconds. Then they'll probably die. So yeah, they go into this battle. The very first thing that hits them is going to turn them invincible. Then they take a whole bunch of 0s, which is stupidly powerful, and then they die. So what I think would be cool to do here, we have an unused shield graphic. Now, granted, it looks like a paladin kind of shield. Where is it? Unused shield, this one. I might already have it loaded in a GIMP. Well, if I do, I don't know where it is. So what we could do is we could turn this gray. In fact, I could probably just change the saturation on this. And maybe even remove the little chevrons there. You'd probably want this to show while they're invincible, though. In fact, maybe they just like turn into a rock. we could animate this over the course of 3 seconds. We know how long your invincibility should last. So we could show this appearing quickly and then slowly fading out. I think that would be cool to do. I don't know if we should use this graphic specifically for that, but something along those lines. In fact, it could even be just this one thing here. And then we just scale it up with tweens and not with sprites. I think is a good idea. I'm going to save that for the end, though. We could use the gray shield and have it scale, like fade in, then slowly scale down or flash or something. Yeah, for now, I guess it might as well show some text in the battle. Make invulnerable. Invulnerable probably should take in the battle system. And we can say battle system dot create floating text. Parent text color scenario. Parent text. We don't have that. Invulnerable text. Shield. Okay. And then the color. This should know what I want here. Should notice the scenario battle sticky. Colors dot, I don't know, gray. Now, why is this problematic? Because this needs to be partial. Okay. And then this is broken now because we don't pass in the battle system. Which is just called, no, it doesn't even exist. There. So now we'll see the word shield. It's better than nothing, but an actual shield would be better than the word shield. All right, so they'll get hit once, and then you'll see the word shield show up. Yeah. And that's how you know that they're invincible, but you'd have to time it yourself. So yeah, we should probably have a graphic. So now there's kind of a class design problem. We have a skill for plus max charges. We have a skill that says when you use all charges, gain invulnerability. So charges are good for you since they lower damage and potentially heal. And running out of them is good for you for a time since you can't take any damage. So you want to be at both sides of this in terms of number of charges. Probably it's better for you to... Wait. Would you ever want both? I guess you could want both. Yeah, I don't know. The way the invulnerability is coded right now is that your entire party is basically going to be immune to damage for the first like 3 to 5 seconds of a battle. Because the golem will always take the first hit. and it's very likely they'll take every hit for the next 3 seconds after that. So I can demonstrate this by unlocking a bunch of adventurers. I'll just set this to level 2 so it's got more life than everybody else for now. They don't have more life than the Witch Doctor. Okay, so don't throw the Witch Doctor into battle, but everyone else can. No, wait, no, that still won't work. All right, let's make them level 3. This still might not work to prove my point, but it'll like. I'll just make them level 5. All right, then we give them this ability, and then we throw them into like the final, maybe not even the final battle, maybe like here with a bunch of other characters. And I think it should work that the golem takes the first hit and then tries to take pretty much every other hit. Yeah. So now the next round of hits happens, and the party took no damage for any of that time. And now they'll start to take damage normally. And the golem will eventually become invincible again. Yep, there they are. They're invincible now. Although they only took like 3 hits during that time. Yeah, it didn't allow you to win a fight you shouldn't have won. What if we give this character some revive time now? We just gave them all of the points. I still want to see this character just go nuts. They'll do more damage, but they're level 1. And now they're going to take a bunch of damage. Yep, they died. Well, they granted a power buff to the allies, though. They didn't get to revive themselves. Tisk, tisk, tisk. My poor mushroom friend. Let's put a bunch of points into this stuff. Again, we're not really testing anything now. I'm just having fun. Now the Witch Doctor will summon more powerful zombies. So maybe they'll let the mushroom survive for longer. Which is then going to spawn a bunch of extra zombies. Almost. Almost. Yeah, not quite. We would also need the archer to have some skills. Let's just give them dodge. Let them survive for a little longer. I guess the golem was leveled up, but no other character was leveled up. They were just fake granted skill points. I want to know, are skills alone enough to eventually make this work? And probably yes. There probably is some combination of things that would let this work. The mushroom's going to come back to life. They're going to do it. They're going to murder those slimes. Yeah. Hey, nice. Wow. Will they win? No. But they came closer to it. And that's what matters. Okay, let's check this in. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, cool. Implement Earthen Shield ability. Note that there's only text right now when the golem becomes invulnerable. But we should probably add a graphic for that. And this brings us to the final check mark. So what's our cleanup stuff? Look at the animation speeds for the rock charges themselves. Let's go do that. So we want this ability, and we want this ability and this ability. And then send them into a battle in the volcano on their own. And we're just looking at the animation speeds of this. Is it too fast? The first one's always the slowest one, and they get faster and faster. So actually starting a battle in the forest is probably best. Or just starting with another party member. Yeah, like I think they do end up looking a little bit too fast. All right, let's try to tone that down. So multiplying by 2.3. What if we only multiply by like 0.5? So now the fastest possible one is going to move at whatever the animation speed is, 5.5 times the first one or something. Something like that. All right. We're going to get this, and then save. Now we don't need to do that again. Actually, we should save now. No, that looks bad. Actually, it only looks bad at the beginning. It looks decent there. But yeah, I think there needs to be more variance. So 1. Yeah. We should probably also just randomly start them in a different frame. I don't think that would be a problem. Yeah, I think this looks nice. So yeah, if we just randomly start them in a different frame, that should be good. Gravel chunk dot sprite frames dot frame set frame. What's set frame do? Sets the texture. No, I don't want the texture. I guess just frame. Yeah, frame equals. We want a random number between. Let's do this. So is there like a frame count? Get frame count. Is that what I think it does? It doesn't even exist. It's not even. I had the wrong variable. Sprite frames dot animation. Get animation frame count. Get frame count. And then passing the animation name. Gravel chunk dot animation. How do we get a random number? I haven't done this in a long time here. Wow, seriously? I know there's rand range. Oh, rand range I think allows for integers. I forgot about that. Rand range. There's an integer version of this. Yes. Yes, there is. Right there. Okay. Yeah. So from 0 to the count -1. So now we're randomizing the frame, which I think will look good. Yeah, that's pretty good. If you randomize the y coordinate too, yeah, y offset equals gd.rand range. This needs to be turned into a float at the end though. So we allowed it to go from -1 to 5, I believe, which I think is too much. Let's have it go from 0 to 3. And then just pass in the y offset here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Part of me thinks this would probably look even better if we didn't do a sprite-based animation and just had a rock particle that just went around this character. And it looks weird in a one-on-one battle when they don't have so many. When they don't have so many particles, it would look a little better, I think. So like in this one, they shouldn't get them back fast enough. Yeah, I think that generally looks pretty good. Okay. I'm happy with that. Improve gravel animations. I changed their speeds, positions, and randomly started them all on, or I guess, and started them all on random frames of the animation. Many effects take in two parameters, one for source and one for the affected one, but they're the same entity. We should just take in one for those cases. Should have written what the example for this is. Probably something on the cleric, like Shield of Unity, maybe. Yeah. This is pointless. They're the same character. Source. So like we should just say entity here. And then just change both of these to entity. That's the change. That's what I wanted to do. But is that worth doing everywhere? Don't know. Probably not. Yeah, like sudden death. This is another one of those ones. It doesn't matter. We could just say entity. All right, I'll make this change. This is going to be super boring. Anywhere that we pass in two like this is where we need to fix this. Yeah. It just simplifies the code a little bit. All right, how many of these do we have that look like this? Here, close call power buff. Just gonna say entity. Then whatever constructed this shouldn't need to change. Yeah, this shouldn't need to change. All right, where are the search results? Here it is. Let's close other tabs. Counterattack. Have fun. So Chad, how you doing? This is where you're supposed to keep me company when I'm doing something super boring like this. Okay, just trying something. Keeps company. Wow, thank you. Much obliged. Something I've always been interested in has been Super Mario 64, and there's been someone who's been making Super Mario 64 on the Game Boy Advance. If you haven't seen these videos, they're pretty crazy. Yeah, this guy, Joshua Barretto. I'll link this in chat. And then this person, Kaza, has been doing their own Super Mario 64 ROM hack. And that's also very impressive. They've like optimized the Super Mario 64 code. They're trying to make a much more expansive world and make it look better and everything. The Game Boy Advance thing, though, is just a feat of engineering. Why were there two before if it's not needed? So what's happening is effects have a source and a target. They're both entities. So imagine something like poison. You might have like your character inflicting poison on an enemy. And the reason we track these separately is because the effect might want to know what the source is or what the target is. Maybe the target is immune to poison. Maybe the source steals life whenever the poison damage is dealt. So in this case, we just kept the same constructor. Like there's a source entity and then a target entity. But in a lot of cases, there are buffs that have the same source and target. So as an example here, there's something called Shield of Unity on the cleric. Like the cleric is the one giving themselves the buff, and then they're the ones receiving the buff. So we might as well pass in Shield of Unity and just take in one entity and then call the base constructor with that entity for both the source and the target. So it was just never really thought about it. This also has pretty much no impact on the code base. In fact, this is probably a negative overall thing to do because it takes time and it allows me to introduce bugs that don't currently exist for no real gain whatsoever. It's not like there's a performance impact. It's not like there's a readability impact. But it's something that popped up and I thought I really should take a look at this. And I think it does make the code slightly cleaner. It's just, it's not such a gain in clarity that it's worth doing. But let's do it for a little bit. We don't even need to do it for all of these. Entity. Plus the odds that I mess something up are pretty slim. It seems like a good change. It's just, I think it's always worth considering that there's like some deadline for working on a game. If you're working on it totally for fun, then I guess you could just keep stretching it out. But like eventually you might run out of motivation or resources or sort of public interest. So in those senses, getting something out the door is sooner is probably a good idea. And in this case, it's just such a low priority thing. Like if this were a task on my to-do list, I would have removed it. But it's a task I came up with while I was working on this. I haven't pushed the branch yet. And yeah, I guess we don't have too many of these to do. They're all like super straightforward and mechanical. There. Yeah, so this one's done. Same thing with this. Oh, nice. The AI suggested it. Here, in this case, we actually removed some lines of code. Again, it doesn't matter. In fact, I think that one hurts readability probably a little bit. All right, good. Gravel source proc interval. Does it know to change? It does, or at least it did. Now it's not suggesting anymore. Okay, how many more of these? A ton. Hopefully we never actually change these things afterward and decide, oh, I wanted the old thing. It shouldn't happen though. I guess having AI fill in some of this should be okay. In fact, I could probably tell AI to do all of these. I wonder what that would look like. I'm hesitant to do this. And I feel like it would cost me more time than it would save. But yeah, I bet it would do a decent enough job. Holy link. Yeah, I guess at least having AI fill that in is nice. In this case, a fortitude buff actually should maintain whatever it had. Fortitude buff could have two different entities here. So that one shouldn't be modified. In fact, I might have modified one I shouldn't have modified already. Have I? No. No, I have not. I've been able to justify it in my head. I can do it all on my Steam Deck. Yeah, I don't understand how there is such a market for all those retro emulation devices. It seems like there's an endless amount of them, and they're like slightly different form factors and different specs. But at some point, haven't you played all the old games you want to play? And if you haven't, don't you have a machine that plays the ones you want to play and you don't need to ever buy a new one? Maybe kids, maybe parents are getting it as a toy for their kids. Yes, I just don't understand. We have an old 3DS we use for it. Also, I haven't wanted to really play older games a whole lot. I get that for that, some people might enjoy it more than I would. Like, I went back and played the old, not the old, just Banjo-Kazooie. And I was like, yeah, I've done this a bunch. I know what I'm doing here. Not necessarily super fun. I think that game held up pretty well, though. This shouldn't be a problem right now. All right, Shield of Unity, City Shooting, all of these. Burn doesn't need this. Chance to Miss doesn't need this. These. Oh wait, none of these should probably matter, right? I would have already searched for all of their corresponding calls. So I guess we're almost done. You get the Switch 2 now? You got an email from whom? Yeah, the new DK game looks good. I want to play that. That'll probably make me buy a Switch 2. And then all of the other first party games that come out over the course of its lifespan will make me enjoy the Switch 2. Hopefully the DK game alone is, fun and I have a good time. This whole buff is going to go away eventually anyway. Shield of Unity. We already fixed this one. Steady shooting. Nintendo qualified for the program to get a Switch to them. Oh, cool. I didn't know that was even a thing. Yeah, Mario Kart World looks like a great game. I'm just not that interested in Mario Kart. I think if my wife were like, oh yeah, I really want to play that game, I'd probably buy it in a heartbeat. But without her wanting to play it, I don't think I'd have that much fun playing online. And I don't think I'm going to have like a bunch of people over to play the game. Soundtrack is good. Yeah, I stumbled on something yesterday. They had like a Latin guitar version of the Mario Underground theme. I was very impressed. Then again, I think a lot of Nintendo music has been done by an orchestra lately. That alone is going to make it sound pretty good. But also the arrangements have been nice. Okay, so I think we're pretty much done with this. Let's try running this. Be playing it with others. Yeah, I think it's a pretty accessible game. The last one in the series, I think had some like auto steering thing, so that if you just gave it to like a 3-year-old kid, they could probably even still come in the top 4, not even really know what they're doing. It's actually kind of how Kirby Air Ride worked. You could actually just leave the controller and not touch it at all, and still potentially place. Okay, so the only way to know that this worked would be to run through all of this. So we're going to have to rely on just the diff that we have here. So there's the creation of this, and then there is the set of parameters that we did. And like I said, the odds of us having messed something up here are pretty slim. We pretty much just have to check to see, did we pass in the same thing twice? So in this case, we passed in source twice. And yeah, that's it. And then did we write the word entity correctly? Yeah, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have done this. I've already done it, so I might as well check it in, but I shouldn't have done this. It has been like, oh, yep, too bad. That's how the code looks. But now people can clone the whole code base very slightly faster. So as we onboard millions of developers, they're all going to save a collective number of person hours of time. Yeah, this all looks fine. I don't see any issues here. We should probably run some battles and just make sure. Oh God, I don't even want to review this. See, like I said, if I trusted AI enough, or if I had the prompts all figured out, I'd probably be like, hey, review this code and let me know if you see anything bad with this. I'd be like, nope, it looks great, Adam. And then I would have no additional confidence in what I've done. Yeah, I mean, all of these changes are the same change. Yeah, cool. So that's everything. So let's get rid of town as well. And as mentioned, let's go just run a few battles. So I'll just unlock all the adventurers. Let's give them all 1 point in every skill. There's no faster way to do this, by the way. I never had a need to put 1 point in every skill before, so I never made a debug function for it. Oh, I gotta make those icons. I never did that. There. All right, now we create some instances. There's one. There's another one. Whoops. Oh god, it's finishing too fast because of the mushroom thing, isn't it? The mushroom wasn't even in there. There we go. Okay, so there are 3 battles. We'll just let those run. Shouldn't have warned that it wasn't used. It was used. It just wasn't needed for that. Again, what we had is, imagine a function like this. Function make buff. And we took in an entity source, entity target, and then used them both. So what we were doing is we were calling make buff with the same entity. And what I changed it to is, well, I guess it wasn't exactly this thing. I simplified it a bit, but I changed it so that we could just call it like this. Or there's like a make buff proxy that ends up calling make buff entity. All right, got to make the icons. Did I write that down? I did not write that down. Make icons for all of the abilities now that we know their names and effects. We ran the UID tool. So this is going to be simplify buff creation. I didn't do this for debuffs. How many debuffs are there? We're not going to bother with this, are we? We're probably not going to bother with this. Is this passing the same thing for each? Yes. As does this. I only searched for new buff. We didn't even find them all. I guess we probably should change this. Yeah, zombie link is a buff as well. Yeah, there are probably a bunch more of those. I don't want to keep doing this though. Yeah, I don't want to keep doing this. Many buffs have the same source and target. So I'd rather change their constructors to only take in a single entity. This was a waste of time. It didn't drastically affect any positive metric and only makes the code slightly more readable at the cost of my time and sanity. Yeah. Hey, TJ. Okay, let's close all the tabs. So now make icons for all of these. This should be pretty simple. All adventure data. We go down to the golem. We go to all the abilities. We get these. So we want to take the Apple core graphic. Game assets. Is that where it is? Icons, ability icons. There's an Apple core somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. So icons, ability icons. Apple core. There you are. Okay, so get this, get CD. So we want to copy this / apple core.svg. Let's make sure we do this correctly. So this should be in kebab case .svg. And then we need to get the, I guess it's just the same directory, right? Yeah. Okay, that should work. Let's do that. Paste. So now we should have 10 new icons, but they all look like the Apple core. And now when we load the game, why did that change? I don't remember modifying that. Well, probably did 20 minutes ago. So now we should see the Apple core graphic for every single golem ability, which is not what we want, but we don't have the other graphics. So yeah, that's not working. Oh, right, because I need to make the icons now. Icon ID, paste. Put some commas in there. I just messed that up. Got it. Get rid of the periods. Oh my God. Then alphabetize this whole thing. Then go into all icon data and do the exact same thing. Okay, icon ID dot that equals res assets icons ability icons kebab case dot svg, and then alphabetize all of these. Okay, that should work. Now we should see an Apple Core, but we should actually have 10 different Apple Core graphics. How did I mess this up still? Oh, because I never made them use the new one. Oh my God. We'll eventually get there. All right, so we need to go into all of these files, earth and taunt, and make this use the earth and taunt thing now. Gravel. There, gravel. Rock throw. Boulder. Nature's protection. Sturdiness. Resilience. Solidity. Rock formation. We only have 2 more of these. And earth and shield. There. Now, technically, they all could have been coded as earth and shield, and they still look like Apple cores. But I guess it'll be obvious once new artwork is dropped in, and we'll look at the diff. It should be pretty obvious from the diff. And now we should finally have it working. Yes, so there are all of our Apple cores. So now at least all the icon styles match, but the mushroom and the golem don't have the proper icons. We should go modify our art requests and write that mushy and golem. There are 10 abilities each. You can see if you unlock all adventurers, they all have the Apple Core icon as a placeholder for now, but the underlying files are named correctly, e.g. earthen shield.svg. And what's a mushroom ability? Heart of the forest. Heart of the forest.svg. Yeah. Oh, by the way, teaching moment. So multiple cursors, if you're using VS Code, it's one of the most powerful features, and it's not super new. Like, I mean, VS Code isn't all that new anymore either, but the features existed for a while. So for example, here, I wanted to get all the ability IDs. So I put my cursor on ability ID and then select the next instance of it until I've got just the ones that are in this mushroom class. And then I can move the cursor in all of those places and select just the names and then put them into a new buffer. So now that I have the names, I could do the same thing here. I could select each instance of this and then change the case, kebab case, snake case, any of that sort of thing, camel case. And then append SVG or put a folder at the beginning, folder name. And then from here, I made, a copy command, right? Copy some source to this location, copied all this to my terminal, pasted it, and it did that thing. And it's very easy with multiple cursors because you're seeing the changes play out all at once. So I highly recommend learning some of the shortcuts for that if you have not already. So I don't care about any of the SVGs here, but I do care about the CS files. So let's go look at those. Oh, you really got to scroll down here, huh? All right, let's just keep doing it then. There. So we just got to make sure that this matches this. Boulder, rock throw, earthen shield, earthen taunt, gravel, nature's protection, resilience, rock formation, solidity, sturdiness. Yeah. And then all of these should match as well. Boulder, broken rock, shield, taunt, gravel, nature's protection, yeah. All right, looks good. Looks good, yeah, cool. Manifest icons for all golem abilities. They're all pointing to the Apple core for now, since we don't have the proper icons yet. But it should be easy to drop in the right ones. Well, I guess which should make it whatever. Pretty much everything else is new to me. Yeah, there are a lot of features involving multiple cursors as well. So let's say you have a word written out a bunch of times and then something like, I don't know, Apple written here. And for whatever reason, you want to select like this one and this one and this one. But there are not stars for you to be able to do this. So imagine the stars aren't there. So I can select a word and then choose the next word, but I don't want this one. So I skip that one. And then I do want this one. I don't want that one. And now I just have cursors on the words that I wanted, which are the ones with the stars next to them. And now I could do something like change this to banana or something like that. You could also just select every instance of a word. I'm not saying what the shortcuts are because they might be modified for me or for you, but you could always figure out what these are and I can tell you what they are. So for example, that one is select all occurrences of find match. So I use this quite a lot. We had a train derail in our town. I have projects that will board new pipes under those tracks. I'm glad the project haven't started yet. Oh my goodness. I hope no one is hurt. I mean, I think it's also nice. The silver lining is that, yeah, you can't be blamed for it, but man, sounds nuts. Hey, Hobo, welcome in. Awesome keyboard. Thank you. It is a corn keyboard. I have a lot more information on it here if you're curious. All right, let's close out of these things. I haven't actually checked this in yet. There we go. Everything's good? Okay, good. Yeah. Because loss of material and property in a case like that, I'm like less concerned with, although I recognize it could be some, I don't know, average person who somehow has a train and is now on the hook for it. But like that, you can always recover from. This is also probably trivializing things. I should probably just shut up. All right, run the UID tool. Let's go do that. Tools, UID. This will hopefully produce nothing, but I'm doing this just in case it produces something. That way I poison the PR and not something after it. And yeah, it's done nothing so far. So probably it's not going to do anything, although it's not finished, I guess. The reason we run this is because Godot produces a UID file for basically everything. And oh, it did make one. And it just looks like this. That's it. That's the whole file. And we just need to check these in. Add UID file. All right, so that part's done too. Then run .NET format, i18n, get the .NET format command from here. So far, there's nothing. Those white space things can be ignored. I'd be pretty surprised if there was not a single using that was wrong. Oh, well, there isn't. Yeah, there isn't. Okay, so this is like follow-up ability work. I'm not going to do this now. So the golem is basically done. Let's go merge that. Add the golem. Just like with... No, what just happened? I meant to do that. Okay, yeah. So just like with whatever other thing that I just closed, mushroom, yeah, here. Just like with 1081. The icons aren't correct yet, but Quickie Joe should just be able to drop them in since I made 10 placeholders. The character also isn't balanced yet. They are, however, a lot of fun. Create When we bore under tracks, the railroad owner usually makes a survey before, during, and after to verify the rails haven't moved. Yeah, sounds like the right thing to do. Man, there have been a lot more plane crashes lately, right? And I haven't done any research. So when I say trying to understand, I mean I talked to one person about it. But is there a reason why the number of plane crashes have been increasing lately? Is it like maintenance isn't being performed, or there's some anomaly? It can be quite infuriating at times. That's mostly because I still don't fully understand what it's doing and when it's creating new IDs. Apparently, the newer versions are better at it. So right now I'm on like 4.4, whatever the release candidate was, or maybe the full release. But I think if you're on 4.5, it's better about making those files whenever you make a change, such that you're not like randomly checking them in later. Oh, wait, what am I doing? We got to edit this. We got to say that we actually fixed the issue. 966. Fixes 966. Is that the right thing? Yeah. Isn't there an ATC shortage right now? I don't know. Yeah, maybe there is. Guessing just general cutting corners and burnouts for burnout for extra hours. Man, it's kind of crazy. We had someone over and they were telling us that there was a flight, I think from India, and like 200 something people died. Everyone died on the plane except for one person, which has really, really got to mess with you for a long time. Hey, Daenerys. UID files let you move files around, and Godot knows where it was and is now, so you don't need to worry about renaming references in your code. Yeah, yeah, I guess my brain is kind of melted right now anyway, but I've always been frustrated by UID issues in Godot. Prior to 4.4, it was that UIDs would randomly change all the time, and it would be different for different devs based on the UID cache in the Godot folder, I think. And now there are .uid files, and now the annoyance has changed to I don't want to have to manage these. So I want there to be a UID cache that's just somehow deterministic and kept up to date. And maybe that's too much to ask. I don't know. All right. We're gonna merge this. I should probably just look through the files quickly. Unfortunately, there's so many modified ones. Some of them are audio files, some of them are SVG files. I obviously don't care about looking through the audio or SVG files. I trust the graphics are all good. But then a bunch are just abilities that don't really have an actual change in them. So I'm not even sure what I'd be looking for here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna look through this stuff. Okay, well, let's merge this. Okay, swash and merge. Looks good to me. Well, okay, so there are two other people who are making code changes on this project. It's Kevin and it's Darkstorm. And I don't want to make them review all of my code, but also in this case I'm reviewing as I go along, and if there are issues, we still have to test this stuff. We had two different versions of the scene. I naively thought since they're just text, should be able to merge. Master preferences broke the whole thing. Yeah, I've had all sorts of headaches along those lines too. The hardest thing is some of the TRES files that exist, especially for any sort of tile map layer. So if you were to change, let's say we go into this file and we change, let's draw some flowers in or something. I don't know. Let's draw these mushrooms. So we put some mushrooms there, right? And then we save this. This file is nuts. So here's what just changed when I did that. Like there is no way for you to tell that I added some mushrooms here. And yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to load in both scenes and then see, even with image diffing tools, like you'd have to export the images and then use some sort of like proper image diffing. It's just a mess. So yeah, whenever anything changes in this file, it's it has to be associated with a text change. So your comment was funny. Oh yeah, the comment was definitely tongue in cheek. A Godot tool to do comparisons would be amazing. Yeah, I agree. And probably someday that'll happen. I think something that's nice about Godot, if I weren't so focused on making a game, I would like to make some of these changes to Godot. The problem is I always have some kind of project going. And even this project, if you consider the game to be the project, now our sub project is marketing. So there's already too much to do. So the most that I end up doing for Godot is coming up with minimal repros and filing them as issues so that at least other people could take it from there. And even then, sometimes I cut corners and I feel bad about that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what happened? There we go. Finished the golem. Here's my general mental snapshot. Feeling very accomplished. Feeling wiped out. We just like nonstop, not nonstop. I took what, like a 3-minute break at one point. And it is, oh man, we like barreled through when I normally would have taken lunch, I guess. 82347. Yeah. So what's going on there? Here's the only goal for the rest of the week is now make the 10th adventurer the spirit caller. And then I guess the sub goal, which I said for myself, is still reach out to influencers. This doesn't need to happen on the stream though. So I've been doing this every day. And the goal for this week was 2 influencers per day. So basically 14 in a week. And we'll probably hit that. I think that'll be fine. But then after that, I think we need to increase it to like 5 per day or something. And that's going to kill me. Never seen a red ring. What kind of material is that? As you might have noticed already, I do have commands for almost everything. It's silicone. Yeah. I bought a 6-pack and I went through the blue one already. So if you see some of my videos, like the keyboard video, I think I'm wearing a blue ring in that one. Where is my ring? What is going on? Ah, there it is. Yeah. Blam. So yeah, the blue one was my favorite one. Then I thought the red one was a little bit, I don't know, like flashy almost. Because who wears a red ring? But this is eventually going to tear and then break, and all the other colors are boring. There's olive, navy, gray, and black, I think. So I want to get a purple one. But I don't know where to find that. Much better than hard metal. Yeah, oh my god, this is just so much peace of mind compared to a titanium ring. Because that was my original wedding band. I mean, my wife doesn't care what I wear, and I like the color, so. Anyway, what was I going to say? So I think the rest of the day should probably be the spirit caller. But I need some kind of break. The other problem is I don't really have lunch. I have run out of food. So what do I do? I'm just going to sit here and chat with people for a bit. Hey, friendly creative seal. Titanium was making my knuckles sore. It didn't bother me actually, although it did produce on my middle finger. It produced a bump where the titanium was rubbing against it, and the silicone one doesn't produce any visible sign that I'm wearing a ring. Probably not even like a tan line because I never go out in the sun. No, you can't tan if you don't get sun. Hey, boomer. Let me think. Is there any other task that's even important? Let's look through here. Here are the most important things after Next Fest. More adventurers, more bosses. I think the next most important thing is figuring out what we're going to do to reuse locations. So we could spend some time doing that today if I want to do just some design work. I think that's what I'll do in the afternoon. Start the spirit caller. Maybe make like 1 to 3 abilities. Then figure out what we'll do with reusing locations. As a reminder to everybody, although probably most people are watching ads right now, this game is on Steam. It is only available as a demo. There's no purchase version yet, but the demo is pretty full, I would say. It's about 2 hours. And you should tell your friends about it. Ad proof. Ad proof because of this little icon. Yeah, I think I do need to take a break though. So I'll go scrounge around for food or something. So I will be back after about 45 to 60 minutes, something like that. This stream just went on way longer than I thought without taking breaks. I just should have taken more breaks. Trying to tell people, even random strangers on the street, they run away from me. Gotta track them down. Throw a little paper airplane that catches up to them. Just says Skeleseller. They open it, it's a smiling skull. In Adro on YouTube. Go Skeleseller. Weird. Learn a new ad for a game anyway. The Steam thing. Anyway, thanks for joining the stream. Thanks everybody for joining. If you want to join Discord, you can. I'm not trying to like push people anywhere except for the Steam page. And yeah, I'll be back in about an hour, as I said. So enjoy your break. Hope to see you all in the afternoon. Have a good one.